You are listening to a piece of the Salasin.10 podcasterium. You are listening to a piece of the Salasin.10 podcasterium.
Alright, okay, good morning everyone.
Morning, JG.
Okay, so welcome to Google I/O Extended Kuala Lumpur 2017. Okay, so before we really start the event, I need to explain the house rule first and introduce ourselves. And first, we are the Google Developer Groups Kuala Lumpur. We are a bunch of developers that are interested and knows a little bit about Google technologies such as Chrome, Android. So we come together just to share and to learn together as a community. So we organize events such as this with the help of Google. Okay, so house rules. Okay, first you need to know about the layout of the venue. So yeah, right here, we call it moonshot. So most of our Android IoT talk will be over here. Next will be the workshop. Workshop will be the Batu Cave. So whoever that's interested in workshops, there's only 18 seats, so you better, if you really want to attend the workshop, better grip of stick fast. And there will be another track is in Merdeka, which is opposite of the corridor. So there will be Google Assistant, Progressive Web, and Machine Learning tracks over there. So after around 10:45, after the morning break, the track will split into three. So I'll explain further a little bit more. And at the sandbox, there will be some there's some stuff for, that we prepared to show you guys. Okay, so number 2 of the rules, don't wander around. So this is let's go to office. So there are some places that's off limit to us. So just stay in our place, the venue. Don't wander around. Okay. Number 3 is be nice and respectful and constructive. So this is a community, so we want to be a nice people, to be nice to each other also. So, and friends. Okay, next is, okay, take pictures and make it public. So here's the hashtag. So we like to encourage you guys to take pictures and post pictures on Facebook and make it public. So we will scan through the Facebook and see what are which are the most interesting pictures. And, so whoever that we chosen, we will give you something like very nice.
Jet brains.
Not a Chromebook.
Jet brains.
Okay, so next agenda are available in this website. I'm sure you already know, but if you don't know, here's the website. I'll show you the agenda later. Agenda. I'll show you now. So here's the agenda for today. So right now you're here for the opening. So around after the what's called the sexual harassment 101 keynote, then we'll have a morning break. After the morning break, then we'll split into 3 sessions. So there will be the code lab at AutoCave, the Android, what's new in Android Google by Inyaki in here, Moonshot, and there will be the building apps for Google Assistant over there at the Merdeka. So there will be three tracks. So make sure that you know where you're going. Okay, so final rule, enjoy. Make sure. And once again, welcome to Google iOS Standard 2017. Welcome. So now I'll pass my mic to Shell to deliver the keynote. Okay, thank you very much. So here's our social media page. So make sure to follow for our latest news. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, JD. Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everyone doing?
Okay.
Good? All right. Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Good morning. On behalf of Google, I'd like to welcome everyone to IO Extended KL. So, thank you very much for spending your Saturday with us, waking up early. We'll have food in a bit. I know you guys traveled, so we'll have a morning tea break shortly after my short and quick keynote. Alright, so a little bit about me. I'm Shelby. I'm based in the Philippine office, although I help out all the communities in APAC. So I'm a community builder and cultivator. I advocate social good and diversity. I used to be a volunteer, just like JP and Henry, back in 2009. So one of the more, I would say, senior, or should I say just wiser. So prior to working for Google, I co-founded 2 startups in the Philippines, and I'm a founder of Deep Girls Manila back in 2012 also. Because at the time, there's not too many women who joins community events. And fun fact about me, I was an extra in a movie by accident. So a friend asked me to join one weekend, just like you guys, nothing to do, like maybe I should go. And accidentally, I didn't know it was a comedy movie. So I hope you won't be able to Google it, and AI won't be smart enough to figure out which movie I'm in. So that's fun. So IO means input output, or innovation to open. So Google started the first conference back in 2007. So we're now on our 11th year. And this is basically what happened earlier, like mid-May, sorry. So there's around 7,000 attendees there's IO extended events in 80 plus countries, which includes KL, and then 140 plus sessions. So we're not going to have 140 plus sessions, but we try to put together as many sessions as we can today, depending on your interest. So there's web, there's for mobile, there's for AI. So things that you want to focus on and you want to build, more expertise, or just simply want to try something new. And we actually invited some of our Google developer experts. Kartik, can you just say hi? Kartik here is from Singapore, who's a GDE for machine learning. We have Miak Baker, who's a GDE for Android. And we have Sam. Is Sam here? Sam is actually a speaker and an expert on polymer and web, and who happens to be in KL. Did Sam relocate? Not so sure. So, but fortunately, we have another expert here from another country. So that's something that you can actually look forward to. Right? So let's have a quick look on what happened in IO. Basically, I think I can relate on the uncoded out. So, first and foremost, I'd like to congratulate the organizers, Henry, JT, Wenjun, Nazleen is not yet here, and all the volunteers for putting together this great event. They all have their own day jobs, and they took time to actually put together something for you to look forward to today. Aside from that, GDGKL is celebrating its 8th year as a community, as a chapter. And, celebrating 8 years of helping developers become better developers. So with that, as you can see, I'm wearing this cool shirt to celebrate its 8th year. And you can actually get this limited edition t-shirts, just like JT said, you can post things online, you can ask questions when you attend sessions later, or when you do code labs. So is that good? You don't sound like you're excited. if it was me, like, yay, free t-shirt. All right. So again, let's give GHKL a big round of applause. And we hope that you guys will be more active, not just an attendee, but hopefully as a speaker, somebody who you don't have to be an expert. You can simply share what you've learned, what you've discovered, if you've discovered a bug or something. But we encourage you to be part of the community. This is not just about a bunch of people who are passionate in things, but we encourage you to take part and be active also in the community. And that goes with the women attendees also. If we want to encourage more women to attend, we have to at least share and be more active as well. All right. So this is back in 2013. This is some of the organizers and volunteers. They organized the first biggest event in Southeast Asia. So they had a goal of 1,000 strong developers. So even before other countries in Southeast Asia were able to organize that kind of massive audience, GDGKL did that back in 2013. And I wanted to show a quick video of what went through the event at that time.
Nampaknya ramai yang tidak melepaskan peluang untuk mempelajari silap Philippines.
I'll fast forward things so that you can actually see. But it was really amazing because this is again organized by volunteers who are really passionate, and there's so many amazing things that you can do if you're really interested and you're really committed to make things happen. Alright, thanks to Naz. Naz was the founder and organizer of GGKL. Alright, as our CEO said, Sundar Pichai, from mobile first, we're now moving to AI first. So what does that mean? Artificial intelligence is the science of making things smart. I'm sure Kartik would agree. So there have been, some buzzwords on lately on AI, machine learning, and neural networks. And what are these? How they are different. Although there's no clear definition on AI, but you can say that it's a science to make things smart, such as building an autonomous driving car or composing a beautiful music without instructions from humans. And machine learning is a way to realize AI, building a computer that can train itself to do smart things. And neural network is a type of algorithms in ML. They have been different ML algorithms used for years, but since 2012, we've been seeing a big breakthrough on neural network technology, especially for image or voice recognition and NLP. So if you're interested more in AI and machine learning, you can attend Kartik's sessions. And this is just a sample of a neural network where the function that it can learn. So if it can distinguish between a cat and a dog. So when you look for a cat, it gives you a cat picture. And TensorFlow is Google's open source library for machine learning or machine intelligence. So you can actually check out tensorflow.org if you want to learn more about machine learning. It was launched back in 2015. And here are some of the Google products wherein we use machine learning. So Chrome, Maps, even Cardboard, YouTube. Translate is really amazing. I've been traveling around different countries in Southeast Asia. And sometimes there are things that I want to try to reach and make it more local. And Translate has been very useful to me. And for a mother like me, one of my favorite products is Google Photos. I think I don't have too many apps on my phone, but I have tons of pictures of my son, whether he likes it or not. So it's been really, really amazing. So just like what I mentioned, we've used machine learning and AI in Google Photos. So when you actually have a picture on your phone, it can distinguish what kind of picture it is. So in this case, it's a beach. It has water, umbrellas, people, sunbathing. There's boats and things like that. So that's what you want to see happen. So you want to have a smart reply in inbox and Gmail as well. So 12% of all responses sent on mobile. And of course, there's a lot of recent improvements on Translate because of machine learning and AI. So last September, we built an end-to-end neural net model in Translate. This was trained on millions of label translation examples. So the old system was translating word for word, and now with neural translation, we're translating longer pieces, like sentence by sentence, so we can take in the full sense of the meaning and the grammar. So when you translate, it's not word per word anymore, and then when you try to put together a sentence, it's out of context. It has a total different meaning, right? So for Google Lens is a set of vision-based computing capabilities that allow your smartphone to understand what's going on in a photo, video, or live feed. So you can search the world through your camera. You can identify what you are looking on existing photos and search for relevant information. Automatically recognizes storefronts and locations. It can connect recognized context to specific actions such as book ticket, order food, and etc. Google Assistant. Who here has tried Google Assistant? I actually use it on my phone a lot. Like, when I want to book schedules, when I want to search for something, even as simple as like, okay, I usually put my phone accidentally on flashlight mode, and when I want to turn off, I don't have to click anything. I just say like, okay, Google, turn off the flashlight. So as simple as that. So, Google Assistant basically, go back. It's a conversation between you and Google that helps you get things done in your world. It's like having an actual assistant, right? Without having to pay for it. So, these are some of the amazing things that you can do wherein you can actually search for a food place. You can actually ask assistant to play Sunday Blues playlist on kitchen speakers. So, cool things like that. You can use it at home, on your phone, on your watch, and even on your TV, which is very soon. So for device, it's voice-activated speaker-powered. For assistant, a conversation between you and Google that helps you get more done in your world. Now, of course, on actions in Google, it's how developers can extend the assistant. We'll have a session later on Google Assistant, and one of our speakers actually built an amazing sample or data showcase. Yeah, so you'll find out later. I don't want to take out the surprise element from them. So, but we'll have an exhibit area at the other side. So if you want to try it out, you can do so later. So what does this mean for a developer? Google Home is a voice-activated speaker that users keep in their home, right? And Google Assistant is a conversation between the user and Google. They can get things done by talking with Assistant. There are many things users can do by just using the assistant directly. Actions on Google allows a developer to extend the assistant. A developer can implement a conversation action. That is what we are going to focus on today. So, sorry. Alright, so in iOS 17, we were able to implement this for the actual conference itself. So people, if they want to go and check out sessions, they were able to do so. They can check out the schedules and the topics, and then they can add it to their own calendars. So these are another set of samples. And what they did building the Google I/O 17 app, so they were able to create a project on the Actions console. We use API.ai or other tools to handle natural language. So if you want to create your own chat box or chat app, you can actually use API.ai. So internally, we have our own brown bag sessions every Thursday. And one Thursday afternoon in 1 hour, we were able to build a birthday chat app. So, and I wanted to do Wonder Woman chat app. So that's something that you can try on your own, at your own pace, at your own time, depending on your interests. It's really, really amazing how you can easily create something in just an hour. So connect a webhook, just like Node.js, test in Web Stimulator on or on device, and then enhance the app for mobile phones. Integrate the app on the transactions API. So this is how it looks like. So I'm not going to dwell much on this because I have a few more minutes to go. All right. For Android, so I'm sure you know the history from donut to marshmallow, and we're now 2 billion monthly active users. Another great milestone of having 2 billion monthly active users. That's pretty cool, right? So if you're an Android developer, there's a huge opportunity for you to go into mobile, to actually make money out of this platform. So 82 billion downloads on Google Play. And there's the old developer preview. Who are mobile developers here? Good number. Interesting. So last mid-March, we were able to release the preview, and the final release will be sometime this Q3. So that's something to look forward to. Now, to get the preview, all you need to do is go to android.com/beta, and if you find a bug, if you find something interesting, you can send us a feedback. If you have suggestions and things, we really appreciate that. So please do let us know. And if you want to learn more about it, all you need to do is go to this link, go.gl /x4mppa. We can share this also in the Facebook group so that you can learn more about it. No, so some of the announcements are on Fluid Experience, notification channels, autofill APIs, adaptive icons, picture-in-picture, and background for vitals, background limitation, and location update restriction. So Iñaki, our GDE for Android, will be talking more about this. So if you're interested, you can join this session. So this is a sample of picture-in-picture where programmatic control to enter and exit full screen and control playback. User can move pip window along edge of the screen and tap to pause or resume and return to full screen, and then change in lifecycle APIs. And then the multi-display, so it's app running on device with multiple displays and tasks. We can launch regular activities such as secondary displays, multi-window for multiple device, which is really cool, and then use for display-based configurations and resource management. Of course, this is really interesting. Has anyone heard of Kotlin?
Yes.
Yes.
Kotlin.
Oh my gosh. The second startup that I co-founded, we were doing Chrome web apps at the time and Android. It was pretty early. And at the time, it was really pain to actually develop on Android. But now there's so many options and so many developments. So Kotlin is very interesting. So Kotlin is statically typed programming language that runs on JVM or Java Virtual Machine, and also can be compiled to JavaScript source code or uses the LLVM compiler infrastructure. Its primary development is from a team of JetBrains programmers based in Russia. And while the syntax is not compatible with Java, Kotlin is designed to interoperate with Java code and is reliant on Java code from the existing Java class library, such as the collections framework. So we'll have a session on Kotlin later, right? Sorry?
Kotlin.
Alright, so if you want to do more on hands-on, there's actually a workshop, and if you want to listen more, if you're new to this, you can attend the session. So we're now officially supporting Kotlin, addition to Java and C++, and Kotlin is mature production ready language. And we also have a session on Android architecture component, right? So it automatically manages your activity and fragment life cycles to avoid memory and resource leaks. Persist Java data objects to an SQL-like database. So if you want to learn more, you can attend the session later, but if you choose another session, you can just go to developer.android.com/topics/libraries/architecture/index.html. So many slash. All right. Whew. Android instant apps, native Android apps without the installations. Yay! You know why? Because a lot of countries in emerging markets, especially if they're really affordable, doesn't have a lot of memory, right? And if you're not using, that app practically every hour, you don't want to install it. And you might want to use instant apps instead. So it gives you more, like if you want to do just per transaction, things like that. So if you're developing for mobile, or if you're doing web and mobile, you might want to consider instant apps also. So these are native experiences without installation. So it's a sample, like the crossword game from New York Times. So you're not gonna do crossword 24 hours a day, right? So only when you're trying to kill time or when you want to take a break from work or something. And if you wanna cook for dinner or for lunch or over the weekend, you wanna try something new, this is what you can do also. And there's so many instant apps. Actually, 50 instant apps are live today. So you can just simply check out if you want to have an idea, if you want to, figure out what would work for KL or for your clients, just simply do that. And Android Studio Canary. So for Android Studio 3.0, so there are several options you can do, from develop, build, test, and optimize. You know, from you can use different languages from Kotlin to Java 8, adaptive icons, XML fonts, and Android things. And then you can build instant app support, build speed improvement, Google's Maven repository. And then for test, there's the Play Store, OpenGL, the bug report, device file explorer, Android Wear. And for optimize, there's the CPU profiler, memory profiler, CPU profiler, memory profiler, network profiler, and then APK analyzer improvement. Do we have a session in Android Studio? No. But you can always request for the next meetup to talk more about Android Canary, right? So, if there's anyone from the audience who wants to share about it, feel free to approach any of the organizers, and we would love to have you. So Dev Console shows known bads which symptoms from devices. Studio will help you look at the root causes. Okay, I have to speed up a little bit because I have a few minutes left. So on Android Things, you can build your own IoT Android devices. The key features are build connected objects powered by Android, choose from a range of certified developer boards, easily integrate Google APIs in your custom devices, and then improve device security. Wenjun, you'll have a session on Android Things, right? Cool. So you can attend Wenjun's session later if you're interested on Android Things. Firebase. So this is really, really interesting. When Google acquired Firebase, they only have 3 features at the time. Real-time database, the authentications, and the analytics. Now it has a lot of features that you can use, from whether develop or whether to grow. So actually the IO extended KL site was built on Firebase. So you can do that. If you want to build something rapid, something really, really good, you can use Firebase to create, whether for web or mobile app. And it's actually good with iOS, Android, web, C++, and Linux. And these are some of the apps that was built on or has used Firebase. So from Duolingo, from Lyft, New York Times, Wattpad, The Economist, even Walmart. And there's 1 million developers building apps with Firebase. So it's an incredible momentum since we've unveiled and expanded Firebase platform in I/O last year. And we have to thank the developers who have taken the journey with us when it comes to Firebase. Fabric. Has anyone heard about Fabric?
Yes.
All right. So this is actually, having previously with Twitter. If you're, I'm sure you're familiar with Twitter. So Fabric is a mobile platform that provides great tools for app teams to build, understand, and grow their apps. Very similar mission to ours. We've long admired the Fabric team for the great impact that they have on the mobile app ecosystem and building a strong community of 580,000 passionate mobile developers. So pioneer in space with Crash Analytics, and we're big fans of their overall product portfolio. So Fabric and Crash Analytics is now part of Firebase. So you'll see more amazing things. The next evolution of Digits is Firebase Auth. And for the Alpha program, if you are interested to sign up, all you need to do is go to firebase.google.com/alpha. And there's an open source Firebase SDK. All you need to do is to go to github.com/firebase Firebase. VR, who are interested in VR here? Oh, cool. Nice. So, one of our speakers explained more about, real reality, augmented reality, and virtual reality. So he said in order to relate, so real reality is this, but when I put on makeup, that becomes augmented reality, right? So if that's real world versus computer generated. So that's an immersive computing spectrum. And this is a daydream viewer. You can actually check out. And these are some of the devices wherein you can use VR, AR. Alright. 5 more minutes. I think I can make it. Uh-oh. So you can check out daydream.co/daydream. We'll also have a session later on VR. Yes. So these are standalone VR headsets, Daydream, Vive, and Lenovo. So Daydream viewprints. So you can cast also, so you can use a screen. And there's also VR for web, which is really, really interesting. Augmented reality. We have Tango. And then hardware. So last November, the first commercial Tango-enabled device from Lenovo has become available. It featured the HW sensors and SW to enable a new range of applications that could respond to your physical movements and capture the environment in full 3D. And second generation is ZenFone AR from Asus. There are 4 countries who when they launched ZenFone AR: US, Japan, Taiwan, and Philippines, and hopefully in other countries in Southeast Asia will launch pretty soon. So this ZenFone AR is the first Tango and Daydream enabled phone. So these are some use cases, like Pottery Barn uses 3D room view that has sensors on Tango phone to place products from their catalog to the room, and to see how it will look and fit with the existing furniture. So they were able to create a different experience, a pretty good experience. So this is one use case wherein you can get an idea on how you can use VR and AR. There's also BMW. If we can't afford one yet, but we can surely try to have the experience to either ride or open and explore BMW. And there's Gap, so you don't have to go to the store to actually try to fit something and see if it would look good on you. So these are some of the companies that has used AR, VR, or Tango and Daydream. And there's visual positioning service. I don't think I have enough time to go into this, but all you need to do is you can explore. Everything's available in developers.google.com. I have 1 minute to 1 minute left. Click, 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 click. All right, no, going back. So this is one of my favorite from the announcement. You can actually map the things that you want to find, especially in big stores. For example, you went to a hardware. So you want to find, where the screwdrivers are and things like that. So using virtual reality, augmented reality, you can actually see where it's actually placed. So it gives you a different, it gives the users a different experience. I won't have the time for it, but this is one of the things I want to specify on, being a community advocate. We actually in Google I/O we had a community space where developers can just hang out, meet new people, build a a sense of community among different developers from different parts of the world. And the nice thing about being part of GDG is you have an access to experts and to a whole, developer network, not just here in KL, but all over the world. So if you happen to go to another country, you can simply reach out to a GDG chapter there. You can attend the sessions. All GDG events is open membership. As much as possible, we try to have all our events free. If not, there's a minimal fee to it to help cover some of the expenses. But I highly encourage you to join a regular attend GDG events. And there are opportunities. What are these opportunities? You can join the Actions on Google Developer Challenge. You can build apps, and you can win a lot of prizes. That includes a trip to Mountain View to join next year's Google I/O. Is that interesting?
Yeah.
I think that's interesting. I would join if I'm only allowed to join. So actually, Henry was a Firebase Challenge winner last year, and he was able to go and join Google I/O last May. So you could be the next Malaysian winner. So I'm looking forward to that apps. And a few words of wisdom before I end my keynote. So does anyone know what ABC is? Aside from being the algorithm. So for me, it means, always be curious. Not because you're an expert already in one particular language, it would stop you from learning something new. The technology is always changing, and you have to learn and try to keep up. If not, you don't have to immediately dive into it and learn. But I would suggest try to explore and try to learn something new every now and then. Don't be comfortable and complacent that you already know something. And with some of the technologies that you'll be able to learn today, I hope you can create something as simple as who used the confirmation button in your emails.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Did it work?
I think it did.
It's Bob JT did. So you can create a simple tool like that. JT was able to develop a confirmation email button with Sheets API and Firebase Cloud functions. And Henry was able to build the IO extended app. It's a progressive web app, and we use Polymer as well. And he deployed it in Firebase. And share what you know. Whatever you learn here, you can share it to your colleagues, to your teammates, to your friends, and hopefully that's something you can give back and pay it forward, and teach other people what you've learned today. And live to change the world. This is something that you can do in your own little way. Whatever apps that you can do, you can probably solve a problem, you can create a solution, or you could have a need for a lot of people. So when you create something, you have to think that you can actually change the world with that. And I just want to share, as Sundar Pichai said, in technology world, everything changes at a very fast pace. A lot of what we do to figure out what the next wave is, you have to reinvent yourself. And with that, Rima Katsi, thank you for listening and have a great day.
just in case. Okay, so this web components basically it's a web top. So if you are looking for copy and address another side. So here's where I'm going to talk about web components and polymer. So actually this morning there's a workshop by Sam at Batu Cave. The Batu Cave is the here Batu Cave. Okay, so there was a workshop in the Batu Caves. So Sam taught about how to build the VR thing using Polymer 2.0. So and now that one was a workshop. This one is a talk. So we're going to talk about how you're going to build a web, how you can build a better web using web components and Polymer 2.0. So let's begin. I'm Henry. I'm a co-organizer at GDG Kuala Lumpur, and yeah, let's start. Thanks. Okay, so the title is web components and Polymer 2.0. So it will be two parts. First is web components. So what is web components? As you can see, the picture Lego, right? So web components allow you to build a website, just a Lego brick, right? Everything is like you can like choose, use. So it's like modular. Everything is reusable. So what we did is like usually you have a lot of your HTML, you have a lot of div, and have a lot of classes and ID to make it meaningful. But that is not nice. I don't like classes. So instead of using those div, why don't make it more meaningful? So we have these web components, which I'll show you later how the code looks like. So that's web components. So Polymer. So what is Polymer? It's kind of like chemistry different. So Polymer is a library. It's a very, very small JavaScript library that allows you to build a web components. It's just very, very tiny. How tiny is it? Polymer 1.0 is around 37 KB. So that's small. So web components and Polymer, right? Where a lot of people say like, Polymer is a cutting edge technology. So you can't run this on this browser. You can't run Polymer on X browser, Y browser. So it's 2017. So where can you run it? So it's a good news is Safari, which some people say is the next version. It's like the replacement for Internet Explorer because it sucks. A bit for service worker, they are still like considering should I implement service worker on Safari or not. Right now, basically all the modern browsers have service worker except Safari. But the good thing is Safari is like the few of the modern browser that support web components natively. So what you can do is you can use web components API without any polyfill or any library. Run it natively. So with Safari 10, the browser ship native platform support for custom element, shadow DOM, and the web components API. So right now for Chrome, Opera, Safari have this API, the web components API natively support. So this is something the Polymer team has been promising for the last couple of years. They're like, oh, the Polymer is the future. It's coming soon to everywhere, and now it's here. It's here. In fact, there's more than 1 billion devices that natively support web components. In other words, the browser, the devices in your pocket right now, are support web components API by natively. So Polymer is not a new thing. It's not a cutting edge technology anymore. It's a reality of the web today. So Polymer has been it's been here for 3 years. At first, the 0.5 is non-production ready. Then we have 1.0 production ready. The first production ready version of Polymer. Yeah, we have 1.2, 1.3, 1.5 until 1.9. Then until few months ago, like July, right? So it's like May, like first week of May, then they launched the Polymer 2.0. So this Polymer, it's been here for 3 years. Where can you find it? So like Angular, a lot of people using Angular, right? Anyone use Angular here? React? Yeah, okay. So this is something you can find. Anyone using Polymer? Yeah, no one, right? There's no one. There's no one. So you're like, hey, no one using Polymer, right? You will see. So basically, there's 2 billion users are using Polymer right now. Who? You. Yes, all of you. Anyone using Chrome? Chrome on desktop? Basically, Chrome on Mac. Using Chrome, right? Then you're using Polymer. You just don't notice it. So where is it? if you go to the history page or you go to the setting page, the blue color, the new design, right? That one is built using polymer. What? So in other, right now we have over 2 billion Chrome active users. So in other, we have 2 billion active polymer users. It's amazing. So yeah, of course, Google love polymer. That Google built polymer. So over 700 Google projects that use polymer. And also Google, the polymer is one of the largest front-end dependency used here at Google. So basically a lot of internal tools they build using polymer because it's nice. So Google Earth. So like few months ago, Google launched the new design, like the brand new, everything is new. The new web app for Google Earth. It looks nice, it looks amazing. But the most important thing is it's built using web components and polymer. YouTube. Yes, the YouTube.com. The one you watch a lot of YouTube, a lot of videos. So the new YouTube, if you want to opt in, you can go to youtube.com/new. The new YouTube with material design is built using polymer too. So the most popular website in this world is using polymer. Also, there's other websites like Google Play Music is using polymer, which is not available in Malaysia, and also have the YouTube Gaming is using polymer too. So McDonald's is using polymer too. Yes. It sounds weird, but in the US there's more than 14,000 McDonald's. And you know McDonald's, right? There's a big menu screen, right?
Yeah.
In the US the menu screen is built using polymer. I mean the display, like the content. Right? What you see is it's basically a web app that running polymer, that using polymer. So we have another 14,000 user McDonald's that run polymer. So EA is a game company, you know. So basically what they do is they really love polymer, and like they've released a lot of games this year, like what Battlefront 2, FIFA 18, One Mass Effect, I don't play game. So like all of this game, the landing page for this game are built using polymer. It looks nice and it's fast. And the next thing is USA Today. Maybe you don't really do because we are in Malaysia. So it's one of the biggest media in North America, and they're using polymer to build like the reusable components for Olympic and the US election, like Trump. Comcast, the largest media company in the world, they use polymer to share the components across the multiple Xfinity properties they own. So they have a lot of property they own, so they want to build something can reusable quickly. So they choose polymer. Konga is one of the largest e-commerce platform in Nigeria. What they build is something interesting. They build a progressive app. So in case you don't know what is progressive app, PWA, if you see there's a T-Rex just now, right? So it's kind of like a simple thing of PWA. So what PWA bring is like they bring fast offline experience, they push notification, they bring in like the add to home screen, so it looks like native app, but it's still a web app. So what Konga did is they built a progressive app using polymer. At the end of the slide, I will tell you how you can build a progressive app using polymer just in like 5 minutes. So as mentioned earlier, so this polymer library. So what you see just now, the EA, the Konga, they are built using polymer 1.0. That was something like 2 years ago, right? We need something new. So polymer is something that allows you to create an encapsulated reusable platform-based components. So it's time to a new version of polymer with a better, everything needs to be better because 2 years old, the technology, 2 years ago the technology is old, it's not good, it's not great, it's slow. And during that time, a lot of browsers doesn't support like web components. But right now, things have changed. We have everything we need. So Polymer 2, the timing is not good. Polymer 2.0. Yeah, come on, yeah. Okay, so now, yeah, we got Polymer 2.0. So Polymer 2.0 is built on the fundamental goal of using the native web platform. So remember we got the web components API. We got all the APIs here. So what they promise is they have basically technically you can run Polymer 2.0 like almost everywhere, even with other framework, other library. Except for React, there's a major bug that doesn't work. So, but if you use Angular, React, anything else, it should work like just how you use Polymer or how you use other library. It just works. And also, for those using Polymer 1.0, if you want to migrate to 2.0, it's super simple. So Polymer 2.0 library is a great support system for developing web components. So it's time to show some code, show you how Polymer 2.0 looks like. So before I show you how Polymer looks like, I show you web component first. So I'm going to build, I'm not going to just show you. I'm going to show you how you can build a web components without any polyfill, without any library, without any framework. Just 7 lines of code. Then you have your own web components on the browser. But this only works on like Chrome, Opera, and Safari. But for others browser, yes, it works. Just you need polyfill. The polyfill is still very small. So as long as those polyfill, it should work like almost all the, it's not almost all the modern browsers. So ES6 is a big thing, right? They bring class, like inheritance, everything. So to create a components, you need you just create a ES6 class that extend the HTML element. So as you can see, we create a class called myElement that extend the HTML element. So to define that, to use the custom element, so we need to register the element. So right now what we have is the my-element. So that's the HTML tag. Instead of putting div, the div, you just put myElement. Right. So you got it. You can just open the bracket, myElement, close bracket, then open, close it. So it register to the myElement class, which is above. And to show something inside, we need something called shadow DOM. So I got 2 methods to explain this thing. Either I just read this or explain my own. It can be very technical, can be very simple. Okay, so I just read first. So basically, you need to put something inside the component. You need something called shadow DOM. So shadow DOM allows you to create a scope subtree of DOM that's completely hidden from the outside, meaning everything inside the DOM is encapsulated. Or in other words, the CSS inside the DOM, right? It won't leak outside. So the style inside, it just work inside the DOM. So it won't affect the main document, which is cool. So what you can see is just put the dot in the HTML and write the web component underneath. So what you can see is just a code like this. We have create a class, we have a shadow DOM that show the text and emojis, and use the custom element API to register the web components. So just do something like this and write this thing in the document, into a HTML file. What you get is something like this. So you have created your own web components without any library, without any polyfill. It's just 7 lines, right? It's like 9 lines of code. Like if you minify, it's become 1 line. So it's like just a few lines. It's very like the code is very straightforward. So this is how you create the web components without anything. Just like that. So remember we have something called Polymer, right? But you managed to build a web component without any library. Then what? It doesn't make sense, right? Polymer is supposed to build for you to build web components, but you can build web components without Polymer. It's just like this one. It doesn't make sense at all, right? So you notice what's the noise? It's just a Polymer. So yeah, why? I forgot to tell you the reason. Okay, so why? So actually there's more feature that the web components API doesn't give you. So you don't have those like data binding, you don't have like those properties that make you easier to build. Basically, it's like you have JavaScript and you have jQuery. It makes your life easier. Okay, but jQuery is big. This one is another story. So right now we have Polymer, like the library support on Chrome, Edge, Safari, Internet Explorer, and Firefox. So for the ES class, it's not component stick. So the ES class, the feature works on those browsers except the last one, which is IE. Man. Then we have custom element and shadow DOM, which works on Chrome and Safari. This side, it works without any library, so you just use it. No polyfill, no library. So we have custom element and shadow DOM on that browser. Then you have CSS custom properties. in other words, the CSS variable. So you can set variable to, so like let's say you have the, let's say you want to set color, like then you set, usually you need to like put drag and repeat. Some you use those with color, right? Then you need to put the hex code. But right now what you can do is you can create your own variable. So if you define what is red, then use it. So that's CSS custom properties, and surprisingly it works on Microsoft Edge, which is something you don't expect. Basically you expect nothing from Microsoft. But hey, it's good. Microsoft is good. It's better than Apple. Okay, but it's not. Okay, actually all the browsers are good. Yeah, you say Apple is not good, right? Apple can use ES6 custom element, Shadowdom CSS custom property without polyfill. They just tentatively support this kind of feature, which you don't expect. But still, it doesn't support service worker. Okay, so for those browsers that doesn't support, as you can see earlier, those red thing, right? It doesn't work if you don't include the polyfill. So you just put the polyfill, done. It still works. And just for the ES6, for Internet Explorer, you need to use paper to transfer your code from ES6 to ES5, which is a bit meh. Okay, the result, what is the result? So we have super small, since if you're using Google Chrome, basically there's no requirement, that's not necessary, basically you don't need to include any polyfill. Since the browser support like almost all the API. So the result is Polymer 2.0 you get 11 KB. Just 11 KB. And for the biggest, for the IE, you just get 37. That's with like all the polyfill, because it doesn't support any. So this is a compare between Polymer 1.x and Polymer 2.0. So you can see Chrome is from 40 KB to 11 KB, and Internet Explorer is from 53 to 37. So you can see it's very, very small, and basically the size of 2.0 is quarter of Polymer 1.0. Just quarter. So it's getting smaller and smaller. And a bad news is, in the next few years, you're going to see Polymer is going away. Right? Why? Because as you see this part, right? As the browser getting better and better, what you see is all thick, except the IE. But at a certain time, people are going to stop using IE. So at one time, Polymer will go away, and the web components API is so good that you don't need Polymer anymore. You don't need the library to do the thing you need right now. So that's the size. So 1.0 to 2.0, right? It's a big release. It's a very, very big release. A lot of changes, right? Change code migration is a big no for me. So, but Polymer team is very kind, and this is something they're very proud of. So they built a very awesome migration process for you, if you're using Polymer, for you to make the migration not scary. Okay, so this is just a very example code of Polymer 1.x, the syntax. It looks like this. So look at the right hand side. I'm going to show you how the 2.0 code looks like. Ready? This is the 2.0 code looks like. This is how you upgrade from 1.0 to 2.0. Basically, that's nothing. Yeah, that's nothing you need to do. So your 1.0 code will work with Polymer 2.0. This migration. You migrate your code, you do nothing. Just sit down, hey, I got 2.0 code already. But this is the 2.0 legacy code. You don't get all the 2.0 benefit, the 2.0 performance. But so how? So this is not scary. Less breaking change and more happy developer. So cause happy when you don't do that anymore. Okay, so the migration. So I mentioned earlier we have the new ES6, right? So because ES6 is the new thing. Oh yes, ES7 is coming up. Yes, I know it's here already. Then ES8 is coming very, very soon. So ES6 is kind of old. ES5 is like, what is that? Okay, so basically you have three methods to write your Polymer 2.0 code. So the first is using the ES6 syntax. So it looks like this. It's very, very clean. And for those, if you're new to Polymer or you are starting a project from scratch, then I suggest you to use ES6 syntax because it's very nice. The code looks nice, and also you get the the native class, the feature of native classes. So what you get is like you get the native supercode, you get inheritance, which is not available on the previous version of 0.1. So use ES6, then you get all the benefit. And this the full code looks like. Remember just now if you write the web components using nothing, it extends the HTML element. But right now we are using polymer, right? Using polymer. So what we do is extend polymer.element. Done. So the static get properties is something you can't do using HTML element. So you need to set your own properties, then you need to use polymer.element, which actually just 11 KB, so it's not something make you like, hey, should I use polymer or not? Is that slow? Is that make your app slow or anything? 11 KB, right? Your image is bigger than that. Your image is 100 or 200 KB. That's big. So you get properties, you get a lot of feature from the polymer.element. So that's the first method, the new ES6 syntax. The second is that so fast. That I show you. So you got what? You got what the thing called? Yeah, you got the just like I show you the both code are same, right? Yeah, that's called legacy API. The only difference is you need to change just one thing. All the content tag you just change to stop. That's all what you need to change. Change one, done. Yes. The next one is hybrid pattern, which is kind of interesting. Like you mix here, mix there. Yeah, actually you just mix both. You just mix the 1.0 code and 2.0 code mixed together, and you have a 2.0 code. It works well. But of course, the best way to create Polymer 2.0 is using the ES6 syntax. The method 2 and 3 is just for migration. If you're building a big web app using Polymer, then you may go to the second straight away. Most of the big production web app, if they're using 1.0, they want to migrate to 2.0, then they'll choose the hybrid pattern, which is the easiest and fastest. So let's talk about tools, right? How to make Polymer even greater. So first, you need a very good IDE support. So there's a plugin for web developer, then you use Sublime, use Atom, use VS Code. So those three editors, it comes with a very awesome plugin. What the Polymer plugin, they call it Polymer IDE plugin. What the plugin can do is that they can do the real-time error checking. They can do real-time linting, they can do auto-completion, they can do even the inline documentation. As you're writing the code, the documentation will come up. So you don't need to like alternate tab and go back to the Polymer website, read the documentation. You can read the documentation directly inside the editor. So this is editor. Next thing is Polymer CLI, right? CLI. So it's an official command line tool for you to create Polymer project and web components. So basically, what is this actually a very big thing? It includes like almost everything within. And this includes a feature like from Webpack. Anyone here of Webpack? Right, user? Right, you know, Webpack is it's good, but you need a little bit of setup. But for Polymer CLI, it includes everything. So there's nothing you need to do. That's not necessary. Although you still can use Webpack with Polymer CLI, but you don't need to do that because the Polymer CLI, what is inside the Polymer CLI? So you can build a pipeline, you can have the boilerplate generator for creating element and apps. So you just use the Polymer CLI, Polymer init, then you can create a web app, a template just directly from the command line. Also, using Polymer CLI, you can create a responsive web app template. Everything is good. Then inside the template, what you get client side routing, and yes, this thing is interesting. So you create a template, what you get is the automatically generated service worker. So if you want to create a service worker, it's like a little bit of work to set out which library you want to cache the file. But Polymer do everything for you. So there's nothing you need to worry about. Hey, how to use service worker. If you're using Polymer CLI, you skip this step. So how to pronounce this thing? Anyone?
Is it purple?
Yes,
Same.
Yeah, that's why the image is purple colored. Very nice looking house. Yeah. Okay, so we have progressive error. Right now we have Polymer. So this purple, yeah, it's polarized purple. So it's purple is the concept like taking the best practice on how you build a progressive app. So the PRPL stands for P push, render, pre-cache, and lazy load. So for the push, that's something called HTTP to server push. HTTP to and HTTP to server push. So you got this thing. What you compare to HTTP 1, if you look at the network waterfall, HTTP 1, the graph looks like it's a slash. So you get index.html, then you only load the JavaScript file, load the CSS. But what the HTTP to server push can do is, the moment you get the index.html, you got all the critical resources like JavaScript, the style is all ready. So you are done. The next thing is render. So it's the best way for you to, it's a practice for you to create a PWA. So only render the things you require. Like you go to the home page, you don't need the login page, right? Then you don't load the login, the resources, the images for login. It just load for what the critical loading. And the next thing is pre-cache. So you got the home page. So the user are going to use the loading page very soon. So you just pre-cache. So you make everything faster. So once you got the home page, you got other pages ready already. Just ready for you to use. The last thing is lazy load. So as the render, so you only load the resources that you require. This PRPL thing you can find in actually the IO Extender website. Is follow the PRPL thing. So it's using HTTP to server push, then it only render that's great. So yeah, the lazy load is actually the best thing. So you know the definition of lazy load. Yeah, so you know that. So that's PRPL proper. So this practice is not only works for Polymer, it works for other, mostly the single page app. So if you're Angular, then yeah, you can follow this thing. But remember Polymer CLI, they have the template for you to build a PRP, the purple web app. So the template is based on this thing, so yeah, you don't need to do anything. So another thing is another template called App Toolbox. So it's similar to CLI, but it's more advanced. It brings more benefit. There's one very good example is this Polymer News. So Polymer built like a template, a working template. It's a progressive app, it's a news app which include a lot of features like the accelerated mobile pages app. And yeah, it's news. Then the first thing is where I get the money, right? Yeah, it's even support those advertisements, but the good thing is they're able to put the advertisement inside without affect the performance. The page load time is still very, very fast. You compare to Steamshow.com, right? Yes. Yes. So we love shopping, right? Right. Sometimes you're lazy, right? You don't want to write your own code, right? So that's a big place, an awesome place for you to find all the existing web components which built by Polymer and also other by the web components community. So this website is called webcomponents.org. So you can find like almost everything. If you have the Google Maps components, yes, you can find it. Yes. So here's some examples. So the first is a table. So what you need to do is just put the HTML tag down. You got everything. Yeah, you don't need. It's just like one line of code, then you get everything. Like the emoji translate. Yeah, it just translates the text to emoji. A simple but awesome components. And the paper date picker, because the default date picker on the browser is on it. So I love vector design, and here's a very awesome element for you to use. Just include that. Done. Yeah, one line. Actually, two line of code. You need to import the HTML file, and just use it. So yes, almost time. So just like I'll talk about web components. We have Polymer library 1.0 and 2.0. Then we have the how I migrate 1.0 to 2.0. We have tool like the IDE, the app toolbox. We have the Polymer CLI. Then we have purple practice. But the problem is I don't have time. So actually there's a lot of very technical stuff like shadow DOM in detail. DOM template, like you can use DOM if and DOM repeat. So it's basically like an if else and a for loop, but it's in HTML tag. No JavaScript to write if else. Weird, right? Then you have data binding, so you can bind the text. You can either use the curly bracket for two-way binding or the square bracket for one-way binding. Or you can use the gesture event. So you know the on-click, right? then you have on click. For some reason, Polymer team decided to rebuild the whole thing. Yeah, they rebuilt the whole thing and they put inside the Polymer library. So what they call is gesture event. If you use on click in normal mode, you on click then the C is capital letter. But if you're using Polymer, there's a new method. It's just on click on dash click. You do exactly the same thing. Then also the custom CSS properties. If you look at a lot of like Polymer, no, I should not say like this. So as I mentioned earlier, like you can create your own CSS variable, right? So actually there's a big thing of custom CSS properties. You can find, I think Eddie Osmani has a talk, even have a blog about that. You can Google it. So it's coming. Okay, how to say custom CSS properties? You know the compose CSS, right? You have one SASS, the one SCSS, all the kind of stuff. Either you choose SASS or just use a CSS variable. It's almost the same, but imagine, but you think about that, you don't need to compile your CSS. Right. So that's the custom CSS properties. It's a big thing. You can Google it about. So 1 minute left. Yes, timing so good. Cause that's all. So that's all from me. So you can find me on internet place. So in here I use Twitter. I use Twitter for those very technical stuff like Polymer. If I think here can use, right? Oh, it's not my Facebook. So if you want to learn more about Polymer, you can go to my Medium, which I didn't share the screen. Okay. So yeah, I wrote a blog about how I built the iOS standard web app. So we can read here. What is this? Show me the full article, please. So basically, I wrote how I built the website using its progressive app based on, it's hosted on Firebase. The database, the schedule you see is on Firebase database, Firebase real-time database, and I built like a lot of this kind of stuff. Everything is built using Polymer. The schedule. What else? Yeah. It's also they're supposed to be a gist. Yeah. So when you see the logo animation, right? It's a component also. So basically, I just copy the code I can use for other websites. So I want to build a website for maybe, I don't know, DevFest. So I just change the IO logo to the DevFest logo. Yeah. I don't need to do that anymore. Then if the offline caching is done by service worker. What else? Yeah. Anyone here before IndexedDB?
Yeah.
How to spell IndexedDB?
Index.
How many D inside? Right.
2D.
Okay, anyway, that's a weird job. So if you try IndexedDB before, if you write your own code, it's kind of a mess. So actually, if you're lazy, there's a component for that. Just use the add IndexedDB. Dash mirror, and you got the IndexedDB in the browser. What else? The performance. I use the components called add image to build the first load, the image haven't fully loaded yet, right? So it just blur, just get actually the 1% of the original resolution. Once the full resolution image is loaded, then only like do the transition, like fade out and show the full version of the image. So that's a trick that I use from these components called image. And yeah, this is how image look like. And yeah, remember I told you, I mentioned the waterfall thing, right? So if I this thing, any website that doesn't support, yes, I'm a bit of easy. Then you look at waterfall. No, it's not loading. MMU, what happened to you? Well, you can see the waterfall, right? What happened? Oh, yes, actually. So what you can see is that what I mentioned is the slash, right? Scroll. So you can see it's low like this. It's not nice. It's slow, right? What if you can get everything at the same moment? So this because my internet slow. So the first look to the DNS connection service. But once the moment I got the index.html, then I got all the rest. So that's how powerful is HTTP2 server push. So it's fast. So you're like, where I can use the HTTP2 server push, right? You can just use it on Firebase hosting. It's free. Yes, people love free stuff, right? That's free shot later. So what you need to do is just put the header, the HTTP2 server push header inside this thing. There's a tool by Eric made a tool. You can go to HTTP2 server push. A tool for that, right? He even wrote an article about it. This one. This one is yes, this one. So basically, if you're using App Engine, then you basically just clone this project and you've got HTTP2 on App Engine. Plus. What else? This one is other stuff. You guys use CI, right? Right. So the moment you are configuring your CI, then basically your commit should look like this. Yeah, that's all. So that's all for me. That's weird. View on polymer. No. So, but the concept is similar. Yeah. The concept for polymer, the polymer is a web components thing, right? So components is a big thing for web for the past few years. So a lot of Angular 2 is components based. React also component based. React also component based. So it kind of like have the same similar thing, just different libraries like you have Toyota with Honda. It's still a car one.
Yeah. And you said something about like Polymer 2.0 is compatible with React.
React only. It's just a bug. It's somebody is fixing the bug. So it should work well very soon. Maybe I don't know if it should work today. Because the bug is like last week. So it may be fixed soon. Or maybe fixed already. Yeah.
So Polymer is React, they have a lot of similarities.
Yeah, similarity. But just the syntax different, like how you use. React is bigger a bit.
Yeah.
So if you're interested in like progressive web app, right? So during Google I/O, so they make a Hacker News app using like all the library. So these are Hacker News. You know Hacker News, right? So we have Hacker News built using React. Then we get on Lighthouse we get 91, which is very fast. So this one is React. This one is Preact, we get 93. It's even faster. So based on this, Preact is faster than React. Next, we have what is this? I don't know. So it gets 37. So it's not good. Then we got Vue. Oh, Vue got 93, so it's good. Then we got Angular, I get 91. Is like can be better. Then we got Viper, we got 91, okay. Then Polymer, we got 92, but it's still Preact is better. The reason why Preact is better because Preact is just 3 KB. This thing is 11 KB. So, but you can see on 3G connection, the initial load, the interaction means you open the website, you wait until the moment you can start to scroll, you can do something meaningful. From nothing to you can scroll just 1.8 seconds. If the website you see is like 3, 5, even 10 seconds.
Is Vue components based?
Vue components, yeah. It's right.
You can choose to write it in that way.
Because it got better score in the components.
So you can go to patchnpwa.com. All the web apps are open source, so you can look at each framework, so you can choose like what you want. You have Vue.js again, that's 91, so it's fast, but what you can see, the interaction is slow. So this one you need to wait until 3.9 seconds, it only can start to scroll. Polymer is just 1.1, 1.1, 1.1. Yeah, 1.8 seconds. On the emerging market means like using the phone like Moto G on the like Indian internet. So you get something like 2G. It's not great, or the normal 3G. So you get 2 by 2 seconds, still very, very fast. Like one thing you know, if you're targeting a market like India, Indonesia, Africa, the internet is very, very slow. So you need to build something fast. So maybe Polymer or Preact or Vue.js is a good choice for you to. Maybe you should look at this instead of writing a lot of jQuery. So that's all. So who is next? Who is next?
Keep it.
That's all from Keep.
Machine learning. So that's a few others.
You need to have an understanding how you will model all the data that you have. Okay, so not so simple. Okay, but you can see that deep learning now has been applied to many areas. Okay, you apply in the internet, you apply in medicine, okay, entertainment, security, defense, face detection, all these autonomous vehicle. Okay, if you look at autonomous vehicle itself, it's a very complex problem. Okay, how to drive, distance, speed, how to know the car in front of you going to brake, how to read the sign. Okay, like this is a construction site. This is a sign for you have to drive 80 km per hour. How to know there's an object crossing over you. A lot of things happening at one time that you need to navigate the car. So it's not so simple. Okay, and then you need to know where are you in the location, in the road. Okay, think about that. To write a program to do all these things, it's very complicated. Okay. So with many deep learning libraries out there, it's not just TensorFlow itself. Okay, so every big company has its own deep learning library. So Microsoft has CNTK, Facebook has Torch. Okay, then we have MXNet, it's been chosen by Amazon AWS. Then you have Tiano, you have Cafe. Of course, Google has this TensorFlow. Okay. So TensorFlow is actually open source somewhere around 2015, end of 2015. Current version is 1.2. It uses something where it's actually developed by the Google Brain team, okay, to conduct machine learning and deep neural network. It's been widely used. Ever since they opened source on GitHub, it's been like star for 60,000 favorite. The main thing about TensorFlow is you think that everything is processed in the form of tensor. Okay, so what is a tensor? Tensor is like an n-dimension array, or we call it multi-dimension matrix. Okay, so data is flow using that format. Okay, like I said, if I were to do deep learning, which library should I use? Of course, you want to choose a library where most people are using it, so you can get a lot of support, and you can see a lot of code. Okay, you can see a lot of people are sharing information or code in online. You can see that GitHub for TensorFlow, ever since it launched, is still one of the most popular open source in GitHub, which is about 62,000 star, okay, and about 30,000 forms. Okay, if you look at the TensorFlow architecture, okay, the core is actually built on C++, okay, and then there's a lot of front end. Okay, the TensorFlow API support many front end. The most supported front end is Python. So if you want to do things with TensorFlow, at least you need to know Python. Okay, and then now it started to support other front end, which is like R or whatever. But the most supported, and you read on all the documentation online for TensorFlow, is everything on Python. Okay, so the good thing about TensorFlow, like I said just now, because it's a lot of people use, okay, a lot of models. Okay, with all these models, you can actually just go to the GitHub page and actually download the code, and you actually customize the model according to what your needs is. Okay, so you can see there's a lot of models, for example, adversary model. There's a model for real world object text extraction. There's autoencoder. Okay, you can actually do this inception model, okay, which I'm going to show you later. Okay, so today I want to talk about is how do you apply TensorFlow without much, how do you apply TensorFlow without much knowing much about it and just run something for fun of it. Okay. So there's something called transfer learning. Okay, there's something called transfer learning. Okay, so like I said now, if I want to train use deep learning model to recognize an object, for example, let's say I want to deep learning to say I can recognize this is a car, or this is a train, or this is a plane. okay, I need to feed a lot of picture of a car, or a lot of picture of a train or plane. Okay, and it takes a long time to do all this training. Okay, but with training transfer, but with transfer learning, what I can do is I use a model that already been trained for different source tasks. Okay, and then I can apply it to a domain to my target task. Okay, for example, okay, let's example today. I want to differentiate a leopard and a giraffe. Okay, from a human point of view, you can see they are very similar because they have the skin pattern, whatever, and then you can see they are very similar way. So if I want to train using TensorFlow, okay, I have to provide millions of photos of a leopard and maybe millions of photos of a giraffe, so you get enough to recognize that the difference between a leopard and a giraffe. Okay, and that will take a long time to train. Okay, so with transfer learning now I can cut short my time. Okay, I can cut short my time. So what's the idea? The idea is I'm going to use the source data from ImageNet. Okay, so ImageNet, everybody know what's ImageNet?
ImageNet.
So you can go to ImageNet. Okay, so ImageNet is a database where they have 1,000 classes of pictures. That means they already recognize and train the picture. Okay? For example, there's so many photos there, and then they have all sorts of pictures. For example, a picture of common food. They have all sorts of pictures of this food. Okay? Or for example, maybe an apple. They have all sorts of pictures of apple from different angles: red apple, green apple, all sorts of angles. Okay? They use this picture to train the deep learning libraries. Okay? So what's been done? Okay, basically now you have a source data. You have millions, about 1.4 million pictures that you have been trained. Okay, then you have managed to label all these pictures. Okay, they say, oh, this picture is apple. People already label it. Okay, now what you can do is, okay, with this model be trained, you can transfer the same knowledge to a smaller set of data. Okay, where you can actually provide the target label for you want. Okay, so our exercise today is, I'm going to use the same model that's been labeled. I'm going to train the differentiate. I'm going to provide a very small data set, like 1,000 pictures of cats, and 1,000 pictures of dogs. I can differentiate, okay, cats and the dogs, okay, with that. So this is to cut short my training time. So I have a training model that I've been trained with large amount of data. Okay, now I want to transfer the same knowledge. I can just provide a small set of data where I can get a reasonable, accurate result. Okay, so that is the idea of that transfer learning. So basically now what you do, okay, you use the output of the train model, okay, then you can use it to do very generic tasks. Okay, you can train what we call a new shallow model. Okay, so I'm going to use a model where we train up 48 layers of network. We call inception layers. 48 layers. It takes about to train with the 1.something million of photos. I'm going to now use it just for my own purpose. Okay, I can cut short the training time. Okay, where I can just train my notebook less than 5 minutes. I can classify 2 types of animals. Okay, which is that simple. Okay, so why do you use the pre-trained model? Okay, so you have a model that already pre-trained, so it's very fast now to train the model. It's very cheap. Okay, cheaper, that means you don't need to have buy GPU. In fact, I trained the 1,000 picture of cats and 1,000 picture of dogs in my notebook. We have no video card. Okay, and I can achieve a good accuracy. Okay, so this is what I've said just now. Okay, so ImageNet is an image database organized over net. Okay, there are about 500 images for every single node. So you can see, for example, I have a picture of pumpkin. These are all the different pictures of a pumpkin. Okay, of course, if I want to train a machine to recognize picture of pumpkin, I must provide as much picture as possible. Okay, or let's say this is a picture of a dog. Okay, or picture of elephant, or picture of a flower. Okay, so must provide as much photo as possible. So whenever there's a picture with different angle, my machine still can recognize the photo. Okay, so for the train model, I'm going to use something by Google called Inception. Okay, so what is Inception? Inception is a 48 about this. You can see there's so many layers. there are so many layers of convolutional neural network, okay, that it has been used in Google to train up in using the ImageNet, and it actually was used to submit for the challenge in 2012 when they won the prize. So it's a standard computer vision where the model will try to classify about 1,000 classes of pictures, for example, zebras, or Dalmatian, or dishwasher. You can see, for example, this is a picture, you can actually know, for example, this is a picture of leopard. Okay, you can see leopard, jaguar, cheetah, snow leopard, Egyptian cat. You can see leopard is quite, you can recognize that this is a leopard. Okay, you can see the accuracy is quite high. Or for example, there's a, can you see it's not so clear, like a lady with a guy sitting on a scooter. You can see this is a motor scooter. It looks like a go-kart, yes. Look like a moped, a bumper car, or golf car. Or for example, you can see a picture here, you can say, oh, this is a container ship. Yes, you can recognize, look like a lifeboat. Okay? Or you can see there's a picture here where, you know, half of it, half of it looks like a mud in there. Okay? Even our eyes don't cannot differentiate so much, look like a trap also in there. So you can see, look like a black widow spider, a cockroach, or tick, or starfish. So these are possible answers, but the highest probability is still mine. Okay, so this is the inception model. So what do I do is, this is the train model. Okay, I do not want to touch all these things. I just want to take out the last layer, okay, and then I just provide the data that I want to train, and then I can classify the last layer. So save a lot of time. I do not need to go and train all the way. I just take out the last layer, retrain a bit the last layer, okay, then I can get the result that I want. Okay, so with transfer learning now, the pre-trained model will pick up the features of the images, okay, and distribute the class. Okay, all the initial layer will know all the texture, color, whatever. So with transfer learning, it's very cheap. You can learn the classified scenario much faster. So basically, the transfer learning is you just remove the last part. Okay, you run the data set, okay, and you can get a good result. So what can you do for fine tuning? Okay, if you want to increase the result, maybe you can freeze some of the weightage somewhere. Okay, you can add your own classifier. You can retrain. Okay, you can build a better model. But today we can just do a simple one. So with transfer learning, with TensorFlow, you do not need to have GPU to train. Okay. For example, my case here today, we are going to use 2,000 images. It takes about less than 1 minute MacBook Pro without any GPU. And then we can see the result in TensorBoard. We can visualize our result in TensorBoard, all the weight and biases. Okay? And then we can see all the results. Okay? So if you want to look at the code, you can just look for this URL, bit.ly/google-io-kl. Let me show you just one more. So the code is all here. So basically, we are going to classify cats and dogs using TensorFlow. Okay, then what happened here is, I'll show you that I have data like this. I just put in a folder. One is cats. Okay, I have 1,000 photos of cats. Okay, then I have a dog. I have 1,000 photos of different angles of the dog. Okay, then what you do, you just run here. What do I do? I write a program. You can actually, if you have a zip file, you can change your zip file to JPG. Then you need to resize all the photos the same standard size. Okay. Then I can actually set the parameter that I want to train. So I can scroll all the way down. Okay. So you can see when I train this, okay, I can for 1,000 steps. Okay, 1,000 steps, I can achieve reasonably result about 99%. Okay, so you can see I can achieve a result about 99%. Then I can actually use the features in TensorFlow, which is called TensorBoard. Okay, I can actually visualize all the weight and biases for training in mind. So I can actually see, okay, how's my value for my accuracy like, then for cross entropy. Okay, then my final training, I can see all the results. I can go and see Then this is my graph. Okay. TensorFlow is based on graph, so this is my inception graph. Okay. Then I can see the distribution, okay, for my weight and biases, and then you can see the histogram. Okay. So you can visualize all the results. Okay. And then so what do I do is now I want to test my accuracy. I provide a folder where I have 4 images. Okay? Images that is not in my training set. So I send this 2 cat photo and 2 dog photo. Then I can test. I can actually go and test here. For example, write a program. I want to, based on the train model, the new train model now, I want to test whether the 2 cat photo and the 2 dog photo, okay, whether you can recognize or not. Okay. So let's say I comment this out. I want to test maybe a dog photo. So run this. Okay. Then you can say 99.7% is a dog. Okay. You can recognize that. Okay. So if I change this again, maybe change the cat photo, run this again. Okay. 99.8% is a cat. Okay. So the training is very fast. I just done the code and run everything with 1,000 photos of cat and 1,000 photos of dog. I run, I can train within 5 minutes. I can have my train model ready already. Then I can just go and try other photo and test. I can get a reasonable good result. Okay. So you can go back and try to see, maybe put your father photo or your wife photo, 1,000 photo of your wife and then you see, or your mother photo, 1,000 photo, and see whether you can recognize, the person that you want to recognize or not. But make sure you go back and change So for example, there's a label here. So I label the first one cat and dog. So for you, you can label wife and not wife. Okay? Then put your here. Okay, put your wife and not wife photo in the folder called animal data, which is weird. Put the folder the label according to the folder name. Okay, wife, then not wife. Okay? And then you can actually go back and just change that, and then you can train already. Okay, so that's how simple you can do for transfer learning. So the code already, everything is available. You can just go to the GitHub. Okay, and then the Python notebook is there. Okay, you can actually look for the code. So as a summary, just nice and nice, 1 minute. So summary, it's possible to train now with large model with small data by using transfer learning. Okay. Then off-the-shelf features can work very well. You can just lower layer domain can contain all the different features at once. Okay. Then you can have a supervised domain adaptation or fine-tuning to improve your performance. So you can actually contact me in my Twitter, LinkedIn, or my email address. Thank you. Any questions?
What's the size of your model for that case?
The model size is actually what happens is when you run the code, you actually download this inception model. So this is the inception model that has been trained. So it's actually not very big. I remember it's about 89 meg. Another one which is about 97 meg. So basically, this is the train model that not really. So when you train, you download this model first. Okay. So this is the train model where we have 1 million point something pictures, 1,000 classes. So when you run the notebook, the Python notebook, you download this code first. After that, you train your 1,000 the picture that you provide. Okay. So this one I didn't put into the GitHub lah. Okay. But when you run the code, you download into your folder. Any more questions? So you can actually go to here to get the GitHub. And then session. If you have any question,
Mm.
please join the group. You can see people asking questions about the flow here. We do a lot of discussion about deep learning. Please join the group, and then we can actually get more people for our next meetup and also discussion. Any other question? Yes.
Can you use something like this to do facial recognition?
Yes. But facial recognition is not inception model. Inception model is only for image classification.
Just been comparing to model or what
You only to do classification.
Okay.
Transfer learning for face recognition is not, but you can recognize the face feature, but not for face recognition. Any other question?
How about OCR?
OCR is not inside part of here because OCR is character and you don't train character images. Yeah, this is really for pictures. So what people have done with this inception ImageNet is now they can actually, for example, they can understand the content of the picture. For example, this picture got trees, got dog. People can do that now. Then they can actually auto caption the photo. Okay. For example, this picture got a baby sleeping with a doll or something like that. They can understand the content, then they can put a caption for the picture. Any other question? Okay, no question. Thank you very much.
Right now I work mainly for Europe and United States-based businesses, and I'm really enjoying Asia, and I'm even thinking about moving to Asia. We need for this code lab we should have Git and Node.js installed on the machine. You done? You guys done? Okay.
Both of them. I can't connect to the Wi-Fi.
You can connect?
I have both of them, but I can't connect to the Wi-Fi because it's.
Do you have the password?
Yeah, I have the password, but it's showing legacy rather than the non-legacy.
No, it's not the legacy one. It's the.
I can't see the non-legacy one.
You can only see the legacy.
Yeah, I can only see the legacy.
Did you try it, this one?
Yeah, I already tried it. This one. This one is not working well.
He doesn't see the maybe.
Yeah, because there's a light shining on it and I can't see the password.
Google guess PSK.
But I'm only getting legacy, so I'm not sure.
Try this one.
Refresh.
I can't refresh it. How do I refresh this?
Correct. Okay, just
This is legacy.
You just join them. Right? P.
P capital U P
Sorry.
and then 3 E K A B. Sorry, is that correct?
3 EKPS.
Okay, P is capital, right?
Yeah, E is capital.
Okay. Because just now I wasn't connecting. I mean, I tried it with the same password, it didn't connect. Should be connected now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Connected.
Why? No. It's okay. Connected. Happy.
Oh, you better install this one.
So again,
The latest one.
just need to connect to Wi-Fi and install Git and Node.js if you don't have on your laptop.
For everybody that is installing Node.js, please install the latest one.
This version I wrote.
Yeah. This one, right? They have LTD, long term, and the current. Choose the current.
Mm-hmm. Oh, mine is version 7.74. Is that fine? Or is that not fine? Mine's version 7.7.
Oh, you probably need the 8 to
There.
run it. Yeah. Try NPM.
There, here.
NPM.
Just,
Anything I can do.
oh, I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it's installed.
There is a way of doing this.
Yeah, there's upgrade or something.
Yeah, upgrade from the console.
Okay. Let me look for that.
For everybody arriving now, we're gonna need Git and Node. If you don't have that on your machines, please download and install. And for Node, it should be the current version. Right? Which is this one here.
Mm-hmm.
If you already have Node on your machine, make sure you have at least 8, the version 8.
npmg install npm. Okay.
And people, this is Marta. She will be helping us with if anything you need. Just
Just in case. Moral help.
is that, well, as you are installing this, let me show you something. First of all, for those who just arrived, this is my Twitter account. You can follow up, send me messages, or questions about Polymer, anything you want, okay? And this is the app we're gonna build, right? And this is the repo we're gonna.
Yeah, just write it.
Clone that.
Everyone has a Git.
Yep.
The Git account and everything.
I can put this anywhere. It doesn't need to be in web server. It doesn't need to be in web server.
No, you can. I will show you how to run this.
Okay.
For those of you who do not have any local web server running or any services you usually you usually run to develop, you can go to the web store, right? The Chrome web store, and search for web server. Web server. This one is what most of the people use, right? 200.
Git download or GitHub. It's V, sorry. It's my fault. Yeah, sorry. But W instead of U, but VR. Yeah, to my already. On GitHub. You have a link to GitHub? So I need to, if someone doesn't have a web server, right? Again, to look for some web server.
Okay, correct version now.
Some any suggestions next? Sometimes you need to. Because they tend not to hear you. When you say Sam.
I'm sorry, who's this?
Who's here? Web server. Some any kind of.
Oh, the web server is this one I wrote there. You go to the web store, to the Chrome web store, right? You search for web server, and you're gonna, one of the first results will be 200 OK. Install it. It's a little app for Chrome that you can run as you can run code as if you had a web server installed on your. Okay.
Is it necessary or is it just optional?
You're gonna need to run.
Okay.
You can't just open the file.
Yeah.
You need a web server. If you don't have a web server already that you normally use.
So what sort of web server are you talking about? So is it like a
No,
server?
any simple web server. You don't need. You probably don't wanna go fancy on this one. Just if you have Python installed on your machine, and all Mac users they do have Python. You can just run the HTTP server, the Python HTTP server. That's fine. You can run the HTTP server from your IDE, right? The one it comes with your IDE. Anyone is good, right? You don't need to go fancy on this one. It's just a matter of how the files are served. that we need that for Polymer, right?
Okay. Alright.
So now you have later we'll use the pop-up server. I just now have this branch that can you deleted it. Yeah, you can just have store. My laptop has a touchable screen, and since then I always try to touch people like screen, and it's so bad habit. They're like, and then it's not clickable, and I'm like, what? It doesn't work? How? Yeah, this is and they're like, bad habits.
Okay.
Yeah, so you just have to...
How come there's only a license file in there?
Yeah, run and export this. Okay. Later. Yeah, I think, yeah.
I'm the right.
That,
I'm the right way.
yeah, you run it, right? Okay. Hey.
Oh. Okay.
So everyone finished, or is there any problems
Yeah.
in installing? Anyone?
This repository only has a license file in it, so if you switch to any branch.
Huh? Can you please stand?
I'm sorry, can you...
Yeah. This repository only has a license file in it, one file. Do I switch?
I didn't understand.
Yeah, this one I just cloned it.
You just cloned it?
Yeah.
Okay. You're right, but I'm about to push some code to this repo. And you go ahead and clone, and all you have to do is pull once I'm finished, okay?
Okay.
Let me, before we start,
Maybe there is someone who did not work before with Git or with Node.js, so they have issues and questions.
before we start, let me know a little bit.
Sam, we need to help people with some comments in Git because cannot
sure, yeah.
clone or anything.
Before we start, let me get to know a little bit about you guys. Who among you are web developers?
Yeah.
Okay. Who among you are using Git and Node.js?
Yeah, Git. Not so much a Node.
Okay. All right. Who among you have built something with Polymer before?
Yeah.
You? Okay.
somewhat.
Okay.
For number one.
Everybody succeed on installing Git and Node. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is anybody having problem with that?
Installing, yes, but then with the branch working, how to work with the branch, I think you need to step by step
Okay.
say what to do, okay?
Let me just first let me show you something, and then we're gonna go through cloning the branch. Okay, cloning the repo. Guys, this is what we're gonna build today, right? This is a simple app composed of two components, two Polymer components. The first one, it's a VR player, right? This VR player, I set it just to play 360 pictures, right? It's a 360 picture. You can pan, you can look around, right? But it can also play 3D content from that game creator. It's that game tool. It's
Unreal.
yeah. All those game environments, right? It can also play it. It can also play 360 video, right? And the second component is just a simple gallery. So we can cycle between images, right? And we can go full screen, right? We can leave full screen, and don't worry about the don't worry about the VR stuff here, because it's just to make things a little bit more exciting, right? But we are really focusing on Polymer and how I'm going to show you guys how components work together and why we're gonna create components, how that help us, right? And later on, Henry will have a talk about Polymer with more technical details and which tools you're gonna use, with a lot more. Right here is just let's get our hands on the thing, right? It's not really something deep and right. And well, first of all, let me see if this is. Oh yeah, it's all here. Okay. So the README file is not right. Don't follow the README file, right? I didn't have time. What happened is I have this code lab that I present from time to time, right? And at the middle of the week, I had this crazy idea. Why not present something new, right? And I haven't slept. I haven't quite slept for the last 2 days building this, right, for you guys. You are the first developers to experiment this code lab, right? And all you need to do is go to GitHub to this repo, which is poly dash webvr dash vil, right? And you click on the green button. You click on the green button, and you can either download the zip if you don't have Git, or you don't really know how to use Git, or you don't want to use Git, right? Just download the zip. But I would recommend for you to just copy to the clipboard. You can. You probably want to use the HTTPS protocol, so you don't have to set any keys, right? And click this button and it's copied, right? Then you go to you go to the terminal. Is everybody following? Yeah?
Yeah. Yes.
You go to the terminal.
He's the center middle.
I think. Well, it's different. Sam, can you come here for a minute? Because it's more
So this iOS system. If there's any window, so make sure it's done.
Sorry, that was.
if it's the same console, if it's correct console, the question is right. So he has the branch open like here, right? Then you did this, copied, right?
Yeah.
Then what?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to show.
Yes, but it's you have OS. My question is the console for these in Windows. Is this one? He can do, or he can open it somehow other ways in Windows, because I'm not sure.
Okay. Who doesn't know how to open the terminal?
Ah, so the same.
Everybody with the terminal open?
Uh-huh.
Okay. You can use any terminal you want. If you like this, I like this because it emulates Linux, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I like it. And, yeah, you can just go ahead and use this one.
Okay, and then follow yours. That was the question, if this one is okay or
Okay,
not.
okay, I got it.
Okay.
So, with the terminal open, we're just gonna look for a place where we're gonna clone the code, right? And let me see, I have this. I will just those commands depend on your operational system, right? But what I'm doing here, I'm creating a directory, and go ahead and create a directory. And get inside the directory. And now, all you need to do is git clone and paste the URL. Okay?
Yeah.
You think Mkadira is everywhere the same, right?
You see, it created a new directory with all the code inside it, right? We're gonna get inside the code.
Just a minute, Sam. Just to make sure everyone will.
Everybody is following?
Yeah.
Let's get inside it. Is everybody following? Yeah?
Yeah.
So, who among you have Yarn installed?
Let me check.
Yarn, I mean this one, this Yarn.
Yeah. Yeah, let me check.
If you don't have Yarn installed, just type npm install install -g Yarn.
Yeah, maybe here. Try.
If you are
Because it's
running,
users,
depending on your configurations, you might want to sudo, right? Or if you are on Windows, you might want to open open a administrator terminal. Is it better to read? Can everybody read this?
But you cannot. You create the folder, then you did git clone.
Yarn 0.2.
Like you need to go inside.
Is
the
everybody
folder,
installing Yarn?
Yep.
Then do the inside this folder cloning.
If you have already installed Yarn, just run
what we have.
Yarn
No, inside this.
on this.
Inside
and
here.
it will install
Hold
Polymer
allow,
CLI, the Polymer command line,
and the paste this.
and some other necessary dependencies, right?
Mm-hmm.
After that,
No.
you can
not
also
paste
run.
Where is the- Yeah, just copy the link again.
Bower install.
So after running yarn, run bow install.
Yeah.
Correct.
Just to make sure everything is.
Correct.
All the dependencies are
You need a
set.
shop hour.
If you have finished running Yarn
Is there one plugin for
and
that?
Bower install,
After this, I create some drives to the data
Can I just pick up a while?
I'm just going to switch our sources.
Okay.
Pick up a while.
Works.
I want to put a second.
oh yeah, sure.
And CD this.
Just a couple of seconds. There we go.
Yeah.
For those of you who have
Install.
installed finishing, who has finished installing all the dependencies, just run Polymer sub. And you should see this.
After 10 p.m. was boring.
Yarn is taking the long time.
Yeah, that's good, but I might go find.
Seems to be stuck.
Do NPM. Install If you can find Bower, do an npm install Bower and
Oh, 26,136 files.
What is the command npm install here? Try because there are stuff.
were you able to clone?
Yes, I already cloned it and then I already have the folder here. But the problem is, I think the middle do not have the npm command flash command.
And what about Node? Does it work if you type Node? Node -v? Did you install Node?
Yes, I do install now. Let's share in the
Okay, you have to configure the path.
see that there is a lot.
Can you help me
I'm
find,
not sure that I
search on the web for Notepad on Windows? Which version of Windows is yours? 10?
7.
7? Okay, it's
Notepad
even better.
plus.
Notepad Windows 7.
Okay,
and
try.
just the first link. It's quite easy to install the pad, to set up the pad. Is this everything alright?
Just now, after he installed Beyond, does he also need to install the?
Who managed to run the?
But you installed it.
0275 or 0246. Already updated Yarn. Never mind.
Maybe try. But the pass is supposed to be the part where you it's in the program file?
Yes, it's in the program file.
Okay, let's have a look.
And then edit okay, let's just try to do it. Not.
Yay.
How do you set your web
Ta-da.
server?
Huh? No, I installed Laravel
doesn't
and I
know
just
the
put it there.
path.
The web server setup like nothing showing.
Well, you can.
Let's try.
You got your own web server, right?
I launched it. It's not the whole web server.
Node.js.
Oh, then you.
Files, Node.js.
Then you launch the app and set the.
This one.
Oh, set the
Yeah,
folder.
you need to set folders and do polymer serve.
Okay.
When you do polymer serve, it'll give you a URL.
Yes.
Okay, very nice.
Okay, it knows.
I use cursor keys.
I
Oh,
need
good.
paths. But he doesn't recognize path. Can you just this by this?
Okay.
And then set.
If you have problem,
Can't zoom in. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Very nice.
if you have a problem running with the Polymer command, please try to install the Polymer the Polymer command line using npm.
So we need your help because it doesn't work the setting.
Young
You
Windows.
see, we were trying this.
Let me
one.
try and
Yeah,
update
yeah.
Yarn.
Let me see.
One of them may not be working, so you can try and push it in. No, don't try that. Okay, I hope it's working. You're welcome. Clear. Beyond version. Okay, already up to date, so that's fine.
What's the
Right. Let me just
Oh, you are running Node.
kind of.
See? It's working.
Works from here.
Where are your files?
You mean the
Yeah, the
Repository?
yes.
Now you have to. Yeah, just about the prompt you are using.
Happy. Sorry. I didn't know that I can be
You know
such
why it's just
different.
enough, but I literally saw everything. Because you don't set
Yeah, all right, yeah.
Right,
And
who's this?
style, yeah.
volume
Minus. Young.
and the pot is
And then our.
the same pot.
Okay, but here's the thing. Go back, turn.
Rerunning.
Okay.
Not sure why, not sure which one polymer self. And I go that. Not sure. You can see that real already, but not sure if it.
Yeah, it is, should be signaling. Let me see twice.
Let's shift the control. You want to check the effect?
Yeah, they
After this,
Bauer install.
Console.
This one. So you did this, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Then Bauer install.
It's nothing.
I did a mistake.
Okay. You need to do a power install.
Power install? I installed it just now. I
Can
installed
you?
it.
So it's right. Bauer install the command.
Yeah, it worked on mine.
What?
Yeah, it worked on mine.
It's working?
Yeah.
Not
Nice.
working here.
Who else?
Bauer. NPM install.
Install power. Yeah.
Just to install the Bower.
And npm install polymer CLI, that works.
Hmm.
I just install Power, it's okay. Install.
Okay. Oh, that's better.
Oh. Let's this one for version 2.
Just install power, install, yeah, everything install. Never mind, I check it.
After power install, which command was the polymer?
It's
So yeah, she's using that. So install power, and then in install polymer CLI.
Polymer
to the
server.
polymer server.
Yeah, polymer.
Okay,
Server?
then- No, server.
Server, yeah.
Server.
So it's running.
Polymer server.
It's running, but then when I go to here,
no, it's still requesting. You need to do any PMX. Do your yarn install. Go back to the console. Stop the and do a yarn. No, just yarn.
yeah. Not found. Oh.
So
That's why
Then
I-
just do any PM install.
So that's how I did it again. So
You did it?
Yeah. So
Did you do the?
and then so power
Oh no, just an PM install.
install.
maybe we're missing some command. Some.
Let me take a look at this.
No, so I need just to know some. First npm install, yeah. Then power. Then which command? This one.
Yeah.
From the same line,
No,
or
but,
we're missing something?
Here's
But
the
what?
thing.
Something in
We
between,
might
yeah.
not have.
Yeah, that's why something in between I think we miss it.
No,
That's why.
the problem is
Maybe
you
we
might not
just-
have the polymer command line. So for those of you who run polymer, right? For those of you who run polymer and it's not recognized as a command, you need to npm
npm.
install it's preferably it's good to do the -G because you're going to install globally and then you're never going to need to install again, and then polymer /CLI. Okay. If you do that, this command will be recognized.
Yeah, that's what I think we need.
Yeah, because in between it's not working. That means you made some comment and we don't know.
The npm install should have installed for you polymer, but it's something is happening that
So it's supposed
it's
to be
not installing
like
with
right
the
here, right?
command line. Yeah,
This. Before.
before, yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. You help?
I've done.
So yarn installed and power installed over here as well.
Yeah, but I can do it. Yeah.
Yeah, this,
But I did this as well. I did this.
this one installs power only. Then after that you got to yarn install, then power install, then install polymer CLI, then only polymer serve.
Oh.
And don't polymer deploy because polymer deploy will actually upload it to your Firebase.
So many things to install. Everything was set up in environment that's always the same.
Using teleconferencing room.
Is it working?
The wording Wow, they really updated it.
Jet has been renamed to basically install
6 megabytes of stuff.
and then no Windows maybe install. So I should try to install something.
When you try this polymer sound, what happened? Oh, no. No. Not the voice. Polymer. I believe Sam knows what it is. Sam! Sorry, but we have to set up an
Okay.
Is one working?
Yeah, it's come out two warnings. One is
Finished. The one, the download speed is a bit slow.
the latest version on.
Oh, you don't have the space.
We're loading all the network.
That's my mistake.
Only space.
At work mainly is like Microsoft Stack, but on my own I also do like a lot of Python. Look at my work also have some like Angular stuff.
And you have
Like four. So you ask me the version. Yeah, we're using a latest Angular and TypeScript.
So, Sam, after we set up all this thing, the next step, because we now on the different stage, everyone, and it's a mess.
No, that's normal.
Yes. You know. So, after doing this polymer serve, what is expected the next step?
Well, I'm waiting for everybody to finish this. So
Then
we
we
can go
should
to the
run the
next
web
step.
server.
Once you type Polymer Server, a browser window will open and show for you and run for you the app.
If it's not running, that means we're using wrong port.
You're having some problem, you need to fix something.
You should see a Vista.
Something.
Yes.
Yeah, lots of time. When I interview some of the guys,
What happened?
almost all the things that I asked.
Selenium standalone. Why is he installing Selenium as well?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a bit weird.
Use a lot of latest stuff.
Open on.
I didn't ask if you install Selenium, but okay.
So, all of my kids.
Yep, there we go. Oh.
If nothing breaks, then they don't change it. But the same time, it's like tech depths. Yes, I haven't really know.
Oh, this is how it works. Okay.
I mean, you really not necessarily must go for
Ah.
Does it work?
Cannot be too old.
Oh, that's interesting.
This is the stage photo.
Yeah.
That one you can see the 360.
You take it with your Samsung Gear VR and then you can use this.
Did it finish? Polymer Server. Yeah, it's running. Just open the URL.
This one.
The first one.
Yeah, with the port.
Okay.
Everyone open up or not?
So is everybody alright?
Where does this come
So,
from?
let's take a look what's behind this.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's not working after the polymer server.
But the cost, university cost of it, like, doesn't keep up to date. Honestly, like,
No, not showing.
Oh, you don't need to power it now, right?
But they said, they say that.
Is it not showing?
Maybe for relational, maybe MySQL, NoSQL, maybe and start with normal DB.
Oh, okay.
But already different things. They want to do some planning. So they use
Oh, because okay.
Size. So small size, right? I think DB do normal.
So I have to hard code the first value in.
Don't look at me.
Interesting.
Uncommon is
No.
like you say, Postgre, or MySQL,
Would you like?
or Microsoft SQL Server is okay.
Okay, folks, let me show you something.
Okay.
We have the app. Those who haven't, who wasn't able to run the app, don't worry. Just keep, stop what you're doing and take a look on this. Well, I'm expecting the code for this app, so to show for you what's going on. So we have this tag WebVR app, which is a custom element that I have created, right? Instead of having a div or something, that's the cool part about Polymer and web components. You can extend HTML, right? You can have, for example, a calendar tag. Oh, it's not working.
No, that example.
I think.
Without or.
Oh, yeah.
Just try.
Yep. Just wait.
Wow. You should have
Oh,
some
it needs time to heat up. Heat up. It's using valves. Yeah. Okay. If you inspect it, you can do that on your machine if you were able to run the app. If you inspect the code, you're gonna see there is a new tag on the code of the app, on the page code, right? It's something that does not come with HTML, but we can create. Choose more.
Plus minus. Smaller.
Oh.
Can you read? Can you all read?
Yeah.
You see, I have created this little tag, right? I have extended HTML. I could, for example, have created a calendar, an entire calendar, and wrap it around a calendar tag. So every time you need to render a calendar on your app, all you need to do is type the calendar tag. If you have taken care of all the dependencies, it's going to render a calendar on your page, right? That's the cool thing about Polymer. As Polymer is not really new, right? There is already a catalog online. Let me show for you this. It's quite interesting. Webcomponents.org, okay? And you can search for custom elements, for elements that somebody has already coded, and you can use for free on your app. For example, let's say you need credit card input, you see? Thank you. You have a sort of for example, maps. Google Map. Google Map. You see, there are many components already already coded that you can use, right? It's quite awesome. You see, this component will render a Google Map for you on your page. Then all you need to do is type this little, let me get this bigger for you guys. All I need to do is type this little HTML, right? And you have your map. You don't need to deal with the API. You don't need to deal with anything, right? You don't need even to know how to code JavaScript or any other code programming language. But on the other hand, even though Polymer is web components and Polymer really eases the work, right? On the other hand, we are all developers. We don't really want to use something. We need to know how it works, right? And that's what I'm going to show for you guys today, this morning. Get this. So, what happens here is you have this WebVR app tag that brings the entire app, right? It handles the entire app. If I hover over it, it will select the entire app, right? If I open it up, there is nothing there, right? There's just a shadow root. And it means that it's the scope of this app, everything that's inside this tag, right? It's encapsulated, will not interfere. For example, I will tell you more about this later, okay? But for this moment, think about it's isolated from the rest of the app. Anything on the code for this tag, under this tag, do not interfere with anything else on your app, right? So that's why you can just grab a component, add it to your application, and it's working, right? It will not break your application, right? That's the other good part of web components. And by the way, I'm talking about web components and Polymer, right? What the hell are they, right? Web components is just a set, a group of specifications from the W3C, right? It's about 4 specifications. And Henry will talk more about that. I don't want to get into details, right? And what is Polymer? Polymer is just a small library that Google created, right, to make it faster and easier to use web components, right? It's both of them are the same thing, right? One of them are the specifications, right, and the other one is the library that helps you to use the specifications, right? And the good thing about web components is that nowadays it's native on the browser, right? It's not something like a framework, a JavaScript framework that you have to run a lot of JavaScript code and you have to run heavy stuff to make things work, right? No, this is coded inside the browser, right? So it's there for us to use. If we open the shadow room, right, the shadow root, we're gonna see this tile, right, which is encapsulated. It's also encapsulated. It will not interfere with the rest of the app. And we can see 2 more web components, right? The WebVR viewer and the image gallery, right? And that's what we're going to build today. Let's start. Is everybody running? Everybody were able to run Polymer, the Polymer command line? Is everybody? Yeah. Okay. Let's start by. Let's create a new. Yeah, we better create a new one. Let's go and. create something like this. Create a directory under the Code Lab directory. Something like my app or whatever name you want to give to it, right? Get inside it. And now, just type Polymer init. It's going to ask you what you want to do. Later on, you can try at home doing this again and choosing any other option, right? But for now, we're gonna choose Polymer to application, right? Application name, you can give whatever name you want, right? I will keep with my app. The main element, you can give what else, whatever name you want to the main element, right? And by the way, what's going on here is that Polymer is creating a structure for us, a application structure based on purple, right? It's already purple, right? It's very easy to deal with. You can provide a description. Do you guys have succeed on do you guys have the same structure? Okay. Now you can just go ahead and run Polymer serve. Open the link on the browser. And that's it. That's your first Polymer app. Okay. And well, let's see what's inside it, right? Let me open. Oh, yeah, I will. Open the folder with any of your the IDE you like to use. If you don't have an IDE, you can just take a look on the folder structure using the Explorer. And when it comes to coding, just use the notepad. So here it is. The bar components have all the dependencies, right? The bar components folder have all the dependencies we need. The source folders we hold the source for our elements. Okay. We normally create a new folder for each one of the elements we're gonna create. Right? And we have also some tests. We can create tests for our app. Okay, we're not going to talk about tests this morning. And this is how it looks like. Let me get this bigger. This is how it looks like a simple polymer element, right? You start using the Doom module tag, right? Then you have a template tag inside it, and the template tag will hold both the style of the styles for your component, right, and some HTML. Okay, and of course you have the script, which is the logic for your component. All the JavaScript you're gonna write down right here. Okay, that's the basic structure of a web component, right? And let me show you. All polymer apps or elements that you create using the polymer command line will have this file here, which is polymer.json. Okay, on the polymer.json, if it's an app that you are building, okay, it will have an endpoint. You have to define the endpoint, which on our app it's index.html, right? You have to define the shell, which is the main component of your application, right? Which right here it's a WebVR app, right? And oh, by the way, this code is not the code we created right now. This code is the VR player code. And you have the fragments. Fragments are secondary elements that your app will use, right? And let me show you this. Hold on. This is the index, right? This is the index HTML of the VR player app. You see how simple it is? Just have you have the header, the head, right? With some style, a call to an import for the WebVR app.html, which is the component, right, the main component, and that's it. And the tag for the main component, right? And on the main component, you have the structure, which is this import right here, right? you have the structure of a web component, a Polymer web component, right? With the template, and the template itself is very simple. It's just two tags, right? And with a custom attribute on each one, right? And on your JavaScript, we create a class, right, for this component, which will extend Polymer element, right? This is a Polymer element, and then we're gonna set some the image property, right? So it can share states with so we can share the state of the image property with the other two components. And why we do that? We do that because when we click, I'll get this a little bigger. When we click on one of the images on the gallery, we want the player to load that image, right? We need to tell the player somehow to load that image, and we do that by just we do that by just by just setting this little image property, right? So the square brackets means that WebVR will receive that information, right? And the cruller brackets means that image gallery can update this attribute from within. So when I select the image, right? When I click on the image, this attribute right here, this attribute height right here will change, right? And this, the property for the component will change, reflect the proper value, the value of the other image, right? And then will update here, so the web viewer can look for that image, right? For the using the path of that image. Do you understand what's going on here?
Yeah.
Yeah? You understand? Yeah? Everybody understands what's going on here. You sure? Sure?
Is there an easier way
I
to
do.
understand this? Like, yeah, this is good, but can you make it even simpler? Like, probably, like just strings. So I have some questions on how is Polymer different from probably something like Angular or React? So that's the main thing that's actually coming up. So immediately, yes, this is wonderful, but I don't understand how does it say go ahead with React or Angular? Why do we have so many libraries? Say we have JS, so many JavaScript libraries.
Yeah.
How does this differ from say Java?
Yeah. Well, Angular is catching up, right? The first version of Angular wasn't built to take advantage of the native features of web component, right? So they rewrote Angular to take advantage of them, right? React doesn't really. I don't think not even I don't really know much about React, but I don't think that not even the latest version of React take advantage of web components, right? They try to reinvent everything with React, right? And Facebook always does that, right? They did that with PHP. Started using PHP, and we reached a point where PHP wasn't enough to take care of everything, and they migrated to C, right? And what they do now is that they have a compiler that compiles PHP code and makes it into C, so the website can run, right? I have a feeling about React the same way. So they're doing the same thing. They're trying to reinvent things, right? And I don't know. I don't say it's bad, but it's not web components, right? And about Angular and Polymer, right? Angular is kind of a framework, right? Polymer is just a library. It's very simple, right? It's very small. Your framework, when you use Polymer, your framework is the platform, right? You don't really need to depend on anything. It's the browser is your framework, right? The platform is your framework. I think that the main difference between building with Polymer and building with Angular is that the interfaces you build with Angular, you're gonna be able to use only on Angular. You're gonna be able to reuse them just on Angular projects, right? If you have something built with Polymer, you can reuse it everywhere. Doesn't matter. It's framework independent, right? You can work even with React, right? I'm not sure if it's a good idea to because React does the things in a very different way than web components, right? But you can use both of them together, and that's the main difference between I think those nice frameworks that are around there, right? And Polymer. Polymer is not really a competitor, right? You can use the nice sides of the frameworks, for example, the routing, all the structure. It provides for a nice app, right? But you don't need to build the user interface using the framework or whatever the framework offers you, if the framework offers something, right? You can use, for example, a nice framework to structure your app, and all the UI elements, all the UI, all the UI, the user interface you're building, you can build it using Polymer, right? And that's about it. It's easier to maintain. So you have to. It's easy to maintain, right? It's encapsulated, so one element will not interfere with the other, right? Let's say you have some style, some class called red, right? It's pretty obvious. Every time you add that class to an element, it will render red, right? You can have that class inside your element, and let's say your app, the main file, the main CSS file of your app, also has a red class, but it renders the red on a different shade of a different, a different red, right? Your entire app will render with that different red, but and your component will not interfere with that, and your component will render with your red inside your component, right? So it's completely separated. One thing does not interfere with the other, and that's very good also, right? Because everybody who is used to build web apps, websites, knows that one single change can mess everything, right? And web components is very helpful for that. It's very good for that, right? And Yeah, that's it. That's the that's the main structure of a component, right? A polymer component. And right here we have that's the viewer. That's the viewer code, right? It has a style. The template itself is just a div, right, with an ID. And we have the JavaScript that transforms that ID, that the div, into a viewer, right? And of course the gallery. All these styles for the gallery, and the template of the gallery. The gallery itself is just an unordered list. You see? It doesn't show. If we go back here and open up the shadow root, it shows that as a tag image gallery, right? But in reality, it's just an ordered list with some nice CSS to look beautiful, to look better, right? And but if we go inside it, right, we can see it. Just right, an isolated an ordered list, and. We have about 30 minutes, right?
You have time? You have time, yeah. A lot of time.
We have about 30 minutes. I would like for you guys to either build something or add some feature to the. There is this code that you got from GitHub, right? And you can change that and run it locally on your computer and show me the change. Or you can take that blank app that we built and build a simple component, right? Let's say, for example, a component that will display an image, right? Reading the code from the VR player, you most likely will be able to build that. But if you need any help, just let me know, and I'll be helping you. Okay. How's your understanding about the polymer structure and?
I just came, so just have a small background about frameworks and Vue.js specifically, but I don't get how you just said that it uses JavaScript to turn the div into a component, right? So how does it turn it into a component, or like since it's a component now, or something like the JavaScript adds something to it? What does it really make it like? What, since it's a component, what happens now? Like, what's the features of it?
That's something that I said earlier.
Yep.
Yeah,
I understand.
The good part of it is that web components is a set of specifications, right? And the good part about it is that it's both. It's native, right? The browser is running it. It's not some JavaScript that is running over the browser, right? And getting you some feature. No, it's a feature that's already native on the browser, right? And when you have a component, like for example, this web gallery, right? The image gallery, right? The good part about it is that it's isolated, completely isolated from your entire app, from the other parts of your app. So if you change something right here on the style, of this component, it will reflect on your component, but no other in no other place on your app, right? It's completely encapsulated, and the same is true for the JavaScript, right? Of course, there is ways to access it, right? To access the objects for your component, but it's primarily encapsulated from the rest, so it do not interfere with whatever logic you have, whatever structure you have for your app, right? So if that's true, it's easier for you to reuse that component, right? For example, I'm working on migration of old systems for the Salvation Army to new technology like the web, right?
Of which army?
Salvation Army. Salvation Army is a non-profit, I think it was created in the United States. It helps poor people, right? So there's a lot of things. For example, I took it was really nasty, but yeah, there was this app built on Access, right?
Oh.
Yeah, and you can imagine how ugly the tables were, right? So we had to take all this app code in Access and migrate to the web, right? And as it was already using Microsoft technology, right? All we did is we migrated the database to MS SQL, right? And all the front end we built using Polymer. Yeah. And the good part is this is not the only application we are migrating. We are migrating many applications to the web technology, right? And so we have a starter kit, an application starter kit that we coded for us, and we have some other components that we are reusing on all the applications. So we coded just once, and we are reusing on all the applications.
Some like standard components or like something.
Yeah. For standard things like what normally business does, right? Having a listing of projects or having a listing of expenses. So there is a listing component, right? And so on. So it makes it a lot easier to maintain everything. So instead of maintaining the listing on many apps, right, isolated, what we do is we have this internal repo for the listing component, and we maintain just that. And every time we add a new feature, we upgrade on all the apps that need that feature. It's just a matter of doing a power update, and then you can deploy. Yeah. It's for production. It's quite awesome.
So maybe
it
you
saves a
can
lot of time.
Just come to some people to resolve some issues, because I know that someone cannot run application, and just to take a look again. Maybe someone has other questions.
Yeah, who else
maybe you
has
can come
questions?
here, because I know that here we still have a problem.
Yeah, I'm going to you. I'm going
Yeah,
to you.
to go.
Just a question. I'm just curious, is Polymer the only framework the only thing that can build the components, or is there?
Oh no. Polymer is just a library, right? It's just a library. You don't need Polymer to build any web components. You can build web components just using the platform, the web platform, right? What Polymer does is it adds some nice features. For example, having this nice structure. For example, having this neat. It's too big. Yeah. for example, having this nice structure right here, right? The do module tag, the template tag, the way we create a component using Polymer, it's like it's intuitive. It helps you getting started, helps you being productive, and so on. But
So later you can submit it to the central repository. Like
I'm sorry.
Just now the website that you give what components.org, right? So after you build, you can submit it there.
Yeah, if you build any component, you can upload to there, and you can submit to this website, and your component will be available for others, right? You can also submit to Bower. You can submit to any package manager.
So all the components that are not necessarily built by Polymer. Some are built by Polymer.
Yeah, some components are built by Polymer. Some components are not built with Polymer. You don't really need to use Polymer to build web components. It's just a nice library that I use a lot, Polymer, because it helps me become more productive, right?
How is it different than Angular?
Yeah, that's the thing. Mainly, yeah, I don't like comparing because they are really not the same thing, right? But for you to have an idea, it's like Angular is a framework, right? And Polymer is just a library. And the Polymer, the idea behind Polymer is do not interfere with the platform. So use the platform. Your framework is the platform, right? The idea behind Angular is we are the platform, we are the framework. So we don't, I think, you're building something with Angular, you're not really using the platform, you are using Angular. So everything you build with Angular will only run on Angular, right? Any UI you build on Angular, you need an Angular app to run it, right? And on the other side, Polymer, everything you build with Polymer, you can run inside Angular, or you can run inside React. You can. I don't think it's a good idea mixing React with Polymer, right? But I saw some people doing that.
Right now there's a bug, so it doesn't work. For now, for React, it doesn't work.
Yeah, there is there are some libraries that you can use to make both of them work together. I saw some people making them work together, but it doesn't make much sense, right? Because React does things in a completely different way.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like the idea also, but yeah, Facebook is always rebuilding the wheel, right?
Yeah.
They started using PHP and they saw it wasn't really working, and they rebuilt PHP from scratch, right, to make it faster. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, the idea behind Polymer is having this nice structure that you can use to build nice components and easily and fast. Yeah.
Okay, one question. How do we choose between these two? Let's say Angular and Polymer, or Vue Angular, or no, Vue Polymer, whatever else.
Vue.js. How you choose between Angular and Vue?
A good thing. Yeah, that's a nice question. For example, I like both, right? But I have been using more Polymer lately because I'm working on big projects, right? But for example, if you're gonna build a simple app for a friend or something like that, either one is good, right? Depend on the features you need, right? Anyone is good, but if you have something like the projects I'm working for the Salvation Army, that one component will be reused on many apps, I would go Polymer.
See.
I would go web.
Many apps as in not just Salvation Army. The other apps as well? Or just Salvation Army?
For example, do you want to see a nice use of web components? Turn off the internet on your computer and open up. Try to open up any site. You're gonna see the dinosaur, right?
Jumping.
Yeah.
Offline mode.
Inspect that code. It's our web component. Most of the things on Google right now are web components because they are reusable, right?
But some servers actually rendering the web component, right? So in your case, in our case, we're actually serving it from some other place. When it's not connected to the internet, how does it do that?
I'm sorry?
So the component that we just built was actually served by the local server here. But when you are offline, you say that's a web component, right? The dinosaur.
Let me see if I understood. You wanna know how to work with web components when you are offline?
Yeah. How does that work? Because you don't have anything to serve that.
You mean developing offline or the app when the app is offline?
Yeah. How does that work offline?
Huh?
How does that app work offline? Because there is
Okay.
no server behind.
Okay. When you build apps using the Polymer command line, right? It uses the purple pattern, right? And it has a command called Polymer build. And when you issue that command, it will put your app, all your code together, and not only that, but it will also create for you a service work. And what the service work does is it will make your app available offline.
So there's a local cache that's actually storing some of the
Yeah. The service work is something like this, right? So you can, for example, you can create a nice, I have done that before on a hackathon. I built a simple but nice barcode reader, right, for Android to run on Android, but it wasn't native. I built using the web platform, and it was available for any phones. And nowadays we need to think about the mobile first, right? Everybody has a mobile. The computers are only on enterprises, some homes, but the tendency is that computers will be available only on enterprises, on businesses, right? So if you want to build something for the public, you need to think mobile, right? And if you need to think mobile, if you need to go mobile, right? What are you going to do? Build one version of your app for each platform and maintain all that, or do you want to go, for example, AWS? What's the name again? It's no, yeah, I will tell you the name later. It will come to my mind. But or you want to build just one version, and make it available through the internet on a single URL. So you have no friction, no need for the user to go to a store, install your app, and then make and log in and whatever, you know. You just access an URL, and your app is available. And if you choose to, where's my phone? You can do this. I don't know how to make my phone available on the. Let me see.
Is that how the Android instant apps work?
Yes.
Okay, I can't do that right now. But yeah, PWA, Progressive Web App, right? The Progressive Web App is just a concept. You can build it with Polymer, you can build it with Angular, with React. But the concept behind the Progressive Web App is something you build for the web, will run on the browser, right? But will be available offline for your users on the phone, and will share resources with the phone, right? Native resources will be available for your app, like the camera, sensors, the Bluetooth, right? So you can build a very nice and a small and simple barcode reader that you access just by typing an URL on Chrome, and then you can install that just by pressing one button. An icon will be available on your phone. You just like any other app icon, you click on that icon and it opens full screen. You don't even see the URL bar anymore, the address bar anymore, right? So the experience is almost like it's the same. The experience is the same as a native app, but it runs on all platforms, right? iOS, Android, whatever, and you write just once, and you maintain just one set of code, not many versions for each operational system.
Yeah, it's like the iOS KL website. If you open it, load it after a while, there's a prompt there, add to home screen, you press that. You try that, it loads like an app.
And well, just for you to know, I'm really available. Just contact me. Let me get again. It's at Sankaresho. Just contact me on Twitter, and I can help you with any doubt you have, with links to documentation, whatever you need. Just send me a message on Twitter, and I help you, right? More questions about Polymer or web components or PWAs?
It means that the web app actually I can do something like I develop a web app, progressive web app, and control the Arduino. There's the possible to do it.
What? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
That's why I develop a Polymer or web app that I actually can do it native control some of the IoT component like Arduino.
Oh, talking about that, on the first half of 2016, I worked for. Oh, shit. What's going on here? Is it better? Can you all read? On the first quarter, on the first half of 2016, I worked for this company based in California, and what they do is, have you heard about jacuzzi?
Like the
jacuzzi, like a jacuzzi with a water bath.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
I think everyone.
Yeah, everybody knows jacuzzi, right? That company builds the components, all the components of jacuzzi bathtubs, right? And what they are doing is they are making all those components available through the internet using IoT, right? So we built an entire system where both the owners of the bathtubs or jacuzzis, the owners and the people who sell them, for example, jacuzzi itself, right? The people who maintain those bathtubs, right? They both have access to the system, and you as a user, using your phone, you can turn on your bathtub, make it fulfill to a certain size, and then start heating the water. So when you get home, it's ready for you to bed.
Wow.
Right? You can do that right now. And for those people who maintain those bathtubs, as the bathtub is connected to the internet and all the components on the bathtub are connected, any component with signs of failure will be the benefit will know about that right away, and the technician just go to your home, change the component, and you don't even know about it, right? They it's kind of course they will charge for that, or it's in if it's under warrant, they will not charge it, but they can fix your bathtub before it breaks. Yeah, and all the interface for this platform, for the system, is using web components.
Yeah, I get the idea. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, with web components, we will be it's more used. It's more. The goal of web components is to be a nice tool for interfaces, for user reusable interfaces components, right? And you can apply that for anything, for IoT, for whatever time you need to build a user interface, you can use. It's a nice idea to use web components and code.
Sam, so right, I'm a mobile app developer. So web and native mobile has different resources, right? For example, iOS has Metal, and then say I want to build a PWA app for everything. But what if I want to use Metal?
I'm not sure about that. I can look for and then send you some information. But it's a new something new that the iOS is.
It's been a few years. It's a graphic rendering. Yes, its own proprietary chip inside your iPhone. So it's a new resource, but it helps rendering faster.
Oh, but it's for 3D.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure all you need, for example, from a PWA, right? You can request access to the camera, right? And everything is dealt with by exchanging URLs under the system and inside the system. It's either if it's iOS or Android, right? But they do work differently, right? But if you can, using progressive web apps, you can write just one code that will run on both of them, even though the systems deal with that code differently, right? But for example, you can build an app, right? Let's say you want to build a app that will allow your users to sell something, right, on a marketplace. And you're going to have a button, right, where the user can upload an image, right? And when you click on that button on a smartphone, instead of opening the file explorer, right, it will open up the camera app. And once you take the picture, the camera app will take the user again back to to the app and stream the content of that picture. So the picture will be available, will be uploaded automatically to your servers.
So it's basically just an API call.
Yeah, like an API call.
But developer has to make sure that that API is available for.
Yeah,
That's
for
the thing.
sure, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to make sure if the API is available. Many of the hardware, most of the, no, I cannot say most, but many of the hardware features are available through APIs, right, for PWAs, but not all. So you better research before starting building the progressive web app, right, to make sure what you want to do is possible, right? Not everything is possible, but many things are. Many things are possible.
By the way, have you tried this application with these glasses? This that you done?
Oh yeah, I cannot. I didn't show you guys, but
maybe after lunch.
I will let
because
this.
it's
I will.
lunchtime,
I will let you guys do that. I will let you guys do that. Everybody knows how to do remote debugging with Android. Yeah.
Yeah.
So all you have to do is plug your phone to your computer, right? Open the VR player on your phone, right? You start on your computer and run on your phone, and when you do that, this will change. This right here will change. Let me show you.
You can just 1 minute.
This right here down below will you will have a second icon right here, which is the cardboard icon. So if you
can
click
try
on
on
it,
your mobile, for example, later just to take
let
a
me
look.
see if I can.
Because like today we tried.
Yeah, it's a very nice thing. Oh, right here. You see?
Yeah.
Well, it's right to see, but if I click on it, it's now.
Moved, and you can
Let me- let me-
try with the glasses. Just put it. And
Yeah, that's a good idea.
let it people
Thank
try.
you.
Just go circle. Just give people your
That's-
phone and that's
that's
it.
around.
Bye bye phone. So you can just you can take a look better inside. Yeah, like that.
You don't need to take off your glasses.
Yeah, you can check with the glasses. I tried with my glasses, so it works. It's
This
simple.
developed by Polymer only.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just differently looks on desktop and
Understand.
with glasses. And there is still a problem up doesn't run. I don't know what's happened because we tried and it's now lunchtime. 1 minute
Oh yeah.
finishes, so everyone probably hungry.
Guys, anyone with any more questions? Or?
If anything, you just contact him on Twitter all the time.
Uh,
At night, 3 a.m. Hi.
I have some polymer. What's the name of this?
Sticker?
Stickers. Yeah, I have some polymer stickers here, and I want to give them to you, but it can be easy, right? So I'm gonna ask you some questions, and those who answer the question will get the stickers, right?
Answer should be correct or not necessary. Just answer.
It's so cool. Let me turn this off before my battery goes dead. I said something about service work. What are they for?
They're for pre-caching components, so that they work offline.
Right.
Yeah, they work offline.
Okay.
Ah, it's about dinosaurs.
It's not really just about pre-caching. It's not really just about web components. You can use web services with any other libraries. But he's right. That's what I said here, right? You were paying attention. Good. And what's the difference between web components and Polymer? Yeah, what's the difference?
If Polymer is a library for web component.
Yeah.
Yay!
Can you take it then?
Yay! And the blonde girl gives you a call.
Let me see what a castle. Okay, right here. That's a easy one. How many components are inside this web component? No, inside.
Two. Yay!
Let's see.
The best mathematics.
Oh my God, what else can I?
You should think of. You have several stickers, and I'm ready to give a prize. Come on.
Who remembers the name? The name of the gallery component. The name of the gallery component.
No one. We just inspect.
Who remembers the command that we use to start a Polymer project using the Polymer command line?
I missed.
Uh,
Where's the winner?
I need one.
This other one is also an easy one. Huh?
The last one?
What's the command we use to run a project Polymer on the browser?
Yeah, here was the first. Yeah, Polymer servers here first. Yay!
Okay, good news for everyone. Okay, lunch is right now, and everyone gets the t-shirts like this one.
Oh, nice.
For this workshop.
Oh, okay,
Cool,
good.
cool,
Good job
cool.
for good work
Let's
for-
go eat.
So why don't you 2 hours?
But maybe you just take a look.
That's it, guys. And if you need, if you have any questions or
Just in case
would like
you're curious
to
what's
get in
going
touch,
on. I'm just really
I'm
want
on
to know
Twitter.
what's going on with this thing. Sam, please come here. I'm just curious why it's not working. Because I'm thinking we did all the stuff.
Okay.
Keyrest.
Okay.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening.
So I'm Kartik Kutuswamy. So I come from Singapore. We'll in this session we will talk about machine learning, primarily with TensorFlow and with Keras. So we will see why we're talking about Keras and TensorFlow together. But yeah, let's start off. So before I start, so I just want to know how many of you are proficient with Python. Probably how many of you use Python? Wow. Okay. So this is good. So that's so this way you will get a chance to understand why Python is preferred, because I'll show you some code and you'll actually see how you can leverage Python. So the idea here is to actually motivate developers who are actually working on, say, mobile application development to come into take up machine learning and then go forward. So before I go into it, I'll talk about a little bit about myself. So I am a data science researcher at SAP Innovation Center Network in Singapore. I also currently serve as the Google developer expert in machine learning. So thanks to Google, I get to travel quite a lot and then give a lot of talks on machine learning and how to enable machine learning in different countries. So yeah, so with that said, let me give you, I'll be quick with TensorFlow because I think Mr. Kuala has already talked about a lot about TensorFlow, but just to reiterate, TensorFlow, the reason why it's actually so popular is because it's been here just for about 1 year and a half. It was released in November 2015, but it's already one of the most popular libraries primarily because of the community. And also that there's actually one of the biggest things is the Apache 2.0 license. So this is one of the reasons why even we at SAP, we actually take TensorFlow as our primary driver for all our machine learning models. So because of Apache 2.0, it's actually open for commercial usage as well. So a lot of other deep learning tools are not as open as Apache 2.0. For instance, Caffe is under the Berkeley license. For the same case, PyTorch or Torch is also under, I think, it's not under the Apache 2.0, I think it's again under the MIT or the Berkeley license. So one of the reasons why TensorFlow is also popular in adoption is because of its licensing. And the third thing is that if you're a researcher, it's wonderful because you can now move to the industry and you can develop or you can do research as well as move it into production right as you write the code and then right as you develop. And the final thing is it's device agnostic computation. So I'll show you an example where I was able to actually develop a model and then deploy it on my phone. So it was quite seamless. So for Android developers, so how many Android developers in this room? Oh, okay. So yeah, so it will be actually quite good to know that you can actually train a model and then you can deploy it onto your phone. And then I'll show you some examples of pretty interesting things that I actually could do with deployment on the phone. Let's talk a bit about Keras. So because we already spoken about TensorFlow. TensorFlow has quite a complicated low-level. You have to maintain graphs, sessions, variables, things like that. But I'll talk a bit about Keras. So Keras is basically an API specification that has been there for quite some time. So Keras was developed by François Chollet, who actually made it open source again, and because of which it's actually a higher level API. And right now it actually integrates directly into TensorFlow with version 1.2, 1.10 onwards. 1.1 it was under the contrib. Right now we are at 1.2 anyway, so we don't have to actually talk about 1.1 and 1.2. We are at actually 1.3 release candidate was released just yesterday. So if you are interested in taking up TensorFlow, you'll have to actually keep with the the release cycle. The release cycle is almost every 2 weeks. There is a release candidate. So within a span of within a span of 12 weeks, there will be a new version. So 1.2 was released in just about 2 months back, and 1.3 is going to be released sometime in September already. So the development is pretty fast. So and a lot of things actually come into the library very, very fast. So you'll see something happening in research, and within a span of next 2 months, TensorFlow will actually integrate it into its APIs. So the way in which right now TensorFlow works, there are quite a few libraries that Keras helps. So like Mr. Kwan said, there's actually Theano. Theano is probably the grandfather of machine learning, so machine learning toolkits. Microsoft's cognitive toolkit is one more, so it's not a grandfather, but it was there, and it's just there. So and again, MXNet is good, but right now the reason why we're talking about Keras is it kind of integrates all of this right now. So MXNet and CNTK are still under beta testing with Keras. So Keras actually kind of integrates, has a higher level API, and then you can run any of these models below. So that's how good we have Keras right now. And TensorFlow directly integrates Keras into itself, so you don't have to worry about installing another library on top of TensorFlow. So simply do a pip install in TensorFlow, and then you'll already be at 10.1.2 right now. And yeah, like I said, it's a high-level API access, easy to learn, easy to prototype. So that's one of the good things that as an ML researcher or as an ML developer, you would like to do a lot of experiments, and that's very, very useful with Keras. So one of the reasons why Keras is actually very good is because it tries to reduce the barriers for entry. So people who are actually skeptical about writing machine learning code can move into machine learning with just the basic knowledge of Python. And that's the reason why it tries to enable more people to take up machine learning, and it actually gives like the community to actually stand on the on top of the shoulder of giants. So the giants are just like Google Scholar, the motto there. And the third thing is that it's basically trying to get the community excited about machine learning. So that's one of the reasons why Keras is actually quite popular. So. The reasons, I'll just quickly go through this. Actually, TensorFlow has quite a lot of feature offerings. One of which is actually distributed training. This is actually one of the best implementations of distributed training. If you have, like, say, a GPU instances of about, say, you have 15 GPUs lying idle, and you want to run an experiment, TensorFlow will directly, distribute itself and then train on all instances you have. But you have to be careful about how you allocate the resources and things like that. And you also have the capability of using Cloud ML, Google Cloud. If you're a Google Cloud user, then again, TensorFlow integrates directly into Cloud ML, and you can deploy it and serve it right on the cloud. The third thing is hyperparameter tuning. I'll show you some example of using TensorBoard, how it actually looks. You can actually do a lot of experiments, and then you can actually look at how the different experiments, how it worked out, and how it actually, which one you can use. So hyperparameter tuning is very, very important if you're actually going to develop a good, robust model. And the last one is TF serving. Serving is for writing a model and deploying it into a production use case. And yeah, so with the introduction of Keras into TensorFlow, you can actually mix and match Keras code as well as TensorFlow API. On the other side, TensorFlow gets a high-level API access while also reusing existing Keras code. So Keras, the community is pretty good. So that's the reason why Google was smart enough to include Keras directly into itself, because the Keras code is actually, the community is so large, and the examples and tutorials are very, very good. So directly it now comes under TensorFlow, so you don't have to worry about writing, say a simple neural network to do, digit classification, or in this case, say cat versus dog classification. I'll show you an example how that also works. And with the direct, deep compatibility of TensorFlow, it actually, again, just like I said earlier, that you can actually mix and match TensorFlow versus Keras code. So just like as Mr. Kwang said, so we have one of the good point here is that it's device agnostic. So which means that it does not matter if you're running TensorFlow on the phone or if you're running it on a CPU. If you're having multiple CPUs, then it will actually scale across CPUs. So you can you can just say, okay, I want to run this piece of code on CPU, and TensorFlow will figure out how many CPUs you have, and it will actually scale out on all those CPUs. So that's the good thing about TensorFlow, as in its device agnostic computations. Going on top, you have a distributed execution engine which figures out which device to run the computation on, and on top of which you have different front ends. You have Python front end, you have a C++ front end, and the Java and the Go are actually under experimental API. So with 1.3, I think they actually come into a beta API. So you have Java as well as Go access to TensorFlow. And on top of this, we build layers. I'll talk about layers sometime in the next few slides. And we have the estimator and the Keras models running on top of these layers. And then finally, we have canned estimators. So all these are actually giving you access to higher level access to machine learning models that are going to run. So TensorFlow will take care of how it runs below. All you have to worry is about how you're going to run your model, how you're going to give it as input, and how you're going to take the output. And that's the reason why it's actually very, very interesting to see how it can actually mix and match our expectations. So let's go dive straight into it. We'll talk about 3 different entities right now. So I want to talk about first is text. Everybody would be interested in text because you want to see how you can process natural language. The second thing is images. we would like to see how to process probably what you getting context like. So given an image, what does how do I get predictions? So this is important if I want to say develop an app which can just say take a photograph and then I just want to see what is the content of the photograph. Is there a person in it? Is there a car in it? Or things like that. If it is actually a location. So I would like to know all this as a developer, as a web app developer. I would like to know get some metadata about images or probably text. So these are things that we will see, and we will talk about how we are going to do all this in probably a step-by-step manner. The first thing is to figuring out how to do the model itself. So the model in this case is basically it's again a neural network. Let's forget that the complication of the neural network. We have 3 layers of convolutions. So if you see, Keras actually kind of abstracts what you do with the session, with giving the variables and things like that. So it figures out how to do the convolution itself. And effectively, all you need to do is give the input, which is on top, the input shape. And the output is you're going to tell Keras what is the output. So effectively, I'm going to say these are sentences which are positive. There are sentences which are negative. I'm going to say 1 and 0, and then Keras is going to figure out how to use these embeddings from the sentences and then get results for the. So it's going to say the sentiment of the sentence. So if I'm going to say something negative on Twitter, then I can basically run a neural network and figure out the sentiment of the sentence. So that's the idea here. So we have the input here, we have an activation. So these are things, technical activation is basically just a non-linearity so that you actually mimic real world usage. And we have something on the dense, which is the output layer, which is going to do the actual classification. We want to evaluate this model, so not just setting up, so this is the neural network setup. Now we have the model setup. So once we've set up the model, we are saying that this is the neural network that I want. And all I have to do is just tell Keras, I want the loss, which is basically here it's categorical entropy loss. I'll just say category entropy is basically I have different categories. I want to classify it in one of these categories and just tell me the loss in doing this classification. And I have an optimizer which is going to say how to do this loss estimation. And I'm going to give a metric which is going to be the evaluation on the validation data. So I'm going to say accuracy is the metric here. And that's it. So I have basically defined it. I have given the loss functions, and effectively I've more or less done whatever I need to do. The only thing I need to do is now choose the best of all these. The next step I would do is get the optimizer. So the optimizer is where figure out how to train the model. So if you're familiar with scikit-learn, so Keras kind of takes some cues from scikit-learn. So scikit-learn is a scientific Python library where you just define the model and then you have say do fit, do predict, do train. So things like that. You just feed it the X train would be the training data, Y train would be the test data, and you say the batch size and things like that. So you see, you've written a neural network model in less than say 20 lines of code. So this is actually good to do classification for text. So you can actually feed it text embeddings, and then it can actually do it can actually predict what is the sentiment of the sentence. I'll show you an example of how this is and how you can actually reuse it in probably one of your code. So you can actually write this and serve it on a server, and then you can feed it some parameter, and then it will figure out the sentiment of the sentence. So we'll build this text classifier. So like I said, this is basically the entire code, just 20 lines of it. You don't have to take a photograph. I can actually, I'll share you the GitHub code. Everything that I'm actually sharing today is available on my GitHub. You can go there, you can download the files, you can download the models, you can figure out all the readmes, everything will be there on the GitHub. So this one performs 80% on the new scripts dataset. The new scripts dataset is 20 classes of close to about 10,000 articles. So it actually performs and figures out, it can actually categorize text present in news groups articles. So this is how good it is. So you can of course figure out ways to improve this model, but just writing 20 lines of code and getting 80% on like 10,000 lines of text is actually pretty good. So that's the reason why it's actually good, because you can test fast, and one of the biggest things is test fast and fail fast. If you're going to do a machine learning, a model development, then you have to test fast and fail fast. Because if you think that it's good, it might not scale well, it might not be generic enough. So you have to at least do like 25 experiments to actually come up with one good model. So that's the reason for why Keras is actually very, very good for prototyping. The next thing is, this is very, very interesting. Like Mr. Kwang actually showed us, we can do transfer learning. Transfer learning is one thing. This is an image of Niagara Falls. So suppose I want to infer, say, some information about this this image. Then I would like to know this is probably landscape. This is, say, there are waterfalls in this image, and probably there are people in it. I don't know. I'm not sure if the model will be able to do this. But we will see what happens to this. So we will see that later. But before we do that, like Mr. Kwang talked about, we are going to talk about two networks here, state-of-the-art networks. One is the Inception version 3 network, and the other one is the residual network 50. So these are two different deep neural networks, which we need not go into because we just want inference from the networks. So the network has already been trained, it has already been done. All we want to do is figure out how it actually does the inference. So yeah, so that's it. So all you have to write is literally 5 lines of code. So if I say, yeah, that's actually literally 5 lines of code, I'll show you the notebook as well. So I'm not actually bluffing. So with Keras in TensorFlow, you just write model is equal to inception v3 and say the weights is equal to ImageNet. So ImageNet is the like Mr. Kwang talked about already. ImageNet is actually like a 1 million images at 1,000 classes, and it can give you, it can basically tell it can actually figure out images in different categories. So now if I have to move from Inception v3 to residual network, well, all I have to do is take this out and move it into ResNet 50, and I have to take this out and then move this into, that's it. All I have to do is change the image size, which is 224 224. The earlier it was 299 by 299, that's all. And effectively I'll get the same, but a better prediction. So these are two state-of-the-art networks. Inception is supposed to be very, very fast and accurate as well. And residual network is deep, and it's again accurate. So you can as well go with Inception because on computation wise, Inception is going to do a faster job. So it's going to infer faster. So I'll show you the demonstrations later, so towards the end. So let's see what it actually infers. So Inception v3 says it's a seashore, it's a dam, it's a geyser, it's a lakeside. Fair enough, I would say, because it's just, it has no information about the image. It's directly inferring from whatever pixels it actually sees. And if you talk about residual network is going to say, hey, it's a lakeside, it's a valley, it's a dam, it's a breakwater, it's a geyser. So if you see, there are some tags that are actually common between the two models, and without any further information, both the networks can actually do pretty well. So that's the reason why we're talking about how to use TensorFlow directly into, say, a mobile application and then do further analysis of the data, extract metadata. Okay, so what next? So one of the reasons why I would like to actually talk about Keras is because first of all, before getting into developing a machine learning framework, we have to understand the data. So understand the problem first of all. So because now that machine learning has a big hype, so everybody wants to actually say, even without analyzing the problem, everybody wants to use machine learning to do a very simple task. Like just like Mr. Kwang said, it does not make sense to actually use deep learning for anything and everything. And just in the same case, it does not make sense to use machine learning for every other problem that you see. So you have to figure out if a problem is machine learning, if it requires machine learning at all. So probably you could write rules and simply solve the problem. Just because you know that machine learning is going to do the job for you, you need not actually use machine learning. So that's the first takeaway. The second thing is analyze the data. So once you update the data, it's actually very, very important to understand the distribution of the data. And I'll talk about these also in the demonstration. So because if you don't understand the distributions of the data, then what happens is you're going to train a model and you'll never know why it actually did a poor job. Probably it could be because of the data distribution. So if you did your homework well, if you did the visualizations of the distribution, and if you knew how your data looked and what you're supposed to expect from the data, then you will actually get the expected results. So that's the second takeaway. So you have to do your homework on the data. So if you don't do visualizations, if you don't understand the distribution, then you're not going to get results. So that's for sure. Even if I throw in Inception v3 and then I train like 25,000 images, I'm not going to get the same results. So that's the second thing. The third thing is to prepare the data for possibly, better exploiting the underlying distribution. So because you now have the distribution, you understood the distributions, you can actually figure out how do you exploit these distributions. And the last point, or the second last point, would be in actually defining these models, the models that we spoke about, and you have to experiment and log the results. So a lot of mistakes that you do as a machine learning a developer, as a researcher, is you will do experiments, but you will never log the results. So that's one of the biggest things that I actually learned. You learn it the hard way. You will do like 25 experiments, and at the end of the day, you'll know that few experiments work, but you will never know why it worked. So if you don't log the results, that's never going to happen. So one of the good things that you can reuse is always log the results. So whatever be, even the experiment be trivial, log the results. So that's very, very important. And the last thing is to shortlist the best few and probably talk about getting an ensemble of the method. So you can actually mix and match two models, and then you can do error analysis on the model and then figure out which does good on certain things and which does good on some other things, and then combine these two models to get an actual ensemble, which is basically like a summation of both the models. So yeah. This is a very useful slide. So if you're getting into Keras, so this is a cheat sheet basically. So this has all the networks that you want, and it will basically tell you an implementation for possibly all networks that you can actually implement with Keras. So it's available at this link. So I'll share all the links towards the end of the slide. But this is actually a very, very useful cheat sheet that you can actually reuse and you can actually refer to when you actually develop a Keras or a machine learning model. So some cool things. So yes, so like I said earlier, do you remember Prisma? So yeah, so you can actually do Prisma on your phone. So this was with my Android phone, and again, thanks to Google. So Google was happy enough to loan an Android device. So you can actually run a Prisma style transfer. You can basically, you see the images over here. You can actually choose one of these images, and in real time, TensorFlow runs the model behind. It's basically an AlexNet, and it's going to infer. It's going to convert it's actually seeing my laptop here, and it's converting the laptop style to the style that was actually present over here. That's the Japanese wave, and it's doing that in real time. So, and that too on an Android Nexus 5X. So this goes to show how well neural networks and the importance of actually training good models and doing inference. So you can actually develop a model and you can deploy it on your phone as well. So both is possible now. In fact, there are better models. Right now, TensorFlow supports object detection straight on the phone. So you can basically take a photograph and then it can actually figure out if the photograph has people and where exactly the person is available. So not just classify images and then figure out the tags, but rather just even do object detection and then figure out what is it actually a person, is it a door, is it actually a projector, things like that. Just like how we saw with seaside, lakeside, things like that, you can actually do an object detection right in real time. So okay, so now that I've said that, let's check out some of the. Okay, before I go into this, so I actually spoke about so TensorBoard. So TensorBoard is actually a visualization tool. You'll see these look like random dots, but so what I've done here is basically take text and then I've derived embeddings from the text. What embeddings are basically vectors. So because computers don't understand text directly. So text are basically human form of talking, communicating with one another. So I might speak in English, you might speak in Malay, and effectively for us to speak together, we might have to convert everything into numbers. So maybe numbers is probably one language agnostic form. So I don't have to worry how the computer is going to understand what I say. I can convert my text into numbers, and these are going to be vectors. And I can actually put it into a 3D space here. So what I've done is just get some text and then I put it into 3D space. So TensorBoard kind of lets you visualize your embeddings. This does not look very, very interesting. So this just looks like a bunch of dots. When you actually do models, so you actually have something called t-SNE. So t-SNE is basically a stochastic way of actually getting low-level embeddings, and it's going to do cluster in real time. So it's going to figure out neighbors that are close to each other, and then it's actually doing in real time. It's actually running, figuring out what are the models that are actually the vectors that are close to one another. And let me show you one more cool thing. So I think this does not look very cool. So let's see the labels here. So it's run 1,500 iterations. So if you see, this is 1,500 iterations. the model that I've chosen is, so the text that I've chosen is definition of IBR disease, infectious bovine, right, okay, whatever. So let's not bother about that. But the point is, I've chosen a point which is talking about disease, okay? And if you see the closest match, it's saying that the closest match is cystic fibrosis. And what is diseases to mosquito, what is granuloma in dogs. So if you see without any information, so I've just given TensorBoard vectors that are close to each other, and it is actually figured out, so it's more like Google search now. So TensorBoard is as good as Google now. So it's actually saying that, okay, you've chosen something like definition of IBR, let me figure out what are the closest match to it. So the closest match is fibrosis. And I wouldn't actually, just given these points, I couldn't actually do that. But with the embeddings, if you're smart enough with your embeddings, you can figure out this. So if you can do these embeddings and you can actually show these visualizations, it becomes much more useful. So for you to do more analysis, this actually becomes very, very useful. So let me do something else. So let me talk about salary. Let me search, say salary. What are the first cases? How to establish salary? Let me zoom in, and yeah. So say, okay, let's talk about a salary of an insurance agent. So bear with me, if it says something weird, then it's not because of me, I'm just choosing a random text here. So the query is about a salary for an insurance agent, and you see the closest match is about, say, salary of physiotherapist. How much do RN make in Florida? What is a QA salary of a QA manager? So if you see the embeddings are actually close to each other, that you can actually figure out these embeddings that are actually available, the neighbors of these embeddings. And these are things that you can actually do with TensorBoard. So one more cool thing that you can do is, just like how you can do this, you can actually move in and then see these points up close and personal. So it's like, I can see, okay, now that I have this point, let me see what is it. It says how long to fully charge Sansa clip, whatever, I don't know what that means. But let me search for something under something else. So bartender, probably, I think I've seen that, yeah. Bartender, yeah, how much do bartenders make? So if you see, and a similar question is how much do church workers make? So if you see, this is how the power of machine learning. So the task that we've done here is learn these embeddings. So what you've not actually seen is actually the training for the embedding. I've taken text, and I will actually train these texts to actually figure out what are the words that are close to each other and the sentences that are close to each other, and I've produced a set of vectors which are actually close to each other. And if you see, these clusters are actually saying, okay, I have a task, I have topics, which are actually, say, if you see these clusters, this is actually a cluster which says that all these topics are close to each other. So that's why it's actually a cluster there. And this is the power of machine learning, and I'm running all this on CPU. And that's why it's actually so useful. So when you actually do, and one more thing is, these are all 100-dimensional vectors. If I add further dimensions, I'll get better results. And even with this, I can actually get reasonably good results. So why not? So I can add more dimensions, produce more computations, and I can spend more computation and then get better results. So that's one thing. So if you can expend, so it's always a trade-off between more computation versus better score. So would you say, is it okay for me to take 3 seconds to do an inference but get 99% accurate? Or is it just fine if I get, say, an inference time of 500 milliseconds and then get, say, 91%? So that's always a trade-off that you have to do. It's important that you need a trade-off. If you can spend 5 seconds, it's still fine, you can as well do that. If it's going to be all offline, then you can probably do that, because at the expense of performance, this trade-off is always the case for a machine learning developer or researcher. So yeah, so this is one thing. So let's see what the inception model I said. So like I said earlier, so this is a Jupyter notebook. So how many of you know what Jupyter is? So okay, do you know what the expansion of Jupyter is? Julia. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah, most of, so it's actually Julia, Python, and R. So most people don't know that. So people think it's basically something like a planet, and just that people forgot to rename the they just renamed the JUPI as JUPY. It's Julia, Python, and R. So that's why it's called Jupyter. So it supports 3 languages, and right now I'm running everything in Python. And if you see, Yeah, so basically we have, like I said, like I promised earlier, it's exactly 5 lines of code, but of course you don't include the lines of the import statements. Like I said earlier, you're actually using the contrib.keras, or you can actually use even tf.keras with the after 1.2 onwards. So this is exactly the code that I use, and if you see, I'm using the same Niagara photograph that's available on my GitHub. You can actually, it says exactly the same results. So it says all these numbers are the ImageNet classes. So if you go to ImageNet, it's going to, if you type in this weird number, it will tell you the category name. So, and the category name is down here, and the last one is the confidence. So of these, it's actually saying that it's 37% confident that it's a seashore, not more, not least. So that's how well it is. And the same case with ResNet. So with the residual network, like I said earlier, you just move the image from 229 to 229 to 224, 224, and you get the same results. So yeah, so that's, and let me check out if I have missed out anything. Yeah, so the last thing is about the code. So all the learning resources are available. So one of the good things with TensorFlow is that the documentation is fantastic. Until you get into the deep. So if you're completely into TensorFlow, then you'll kind of figure you find it difficult. But to start with, the tutorials are fantastic. There are lots of examples, lots of models to train with, and at times you get overwhelmed. So there are so many things to do, so much little time, and then yeah, you'll kind of find it overwhelming when you start with. So you have to decide what is the problem that you want to solve, and then work on that problem. Again, Keras. There is one very nice TensorFlow for non-experts. So this is actually given by Josh Gordon, and this is by Martin Wicke. Martin Wicke is he's a Google engineer. So you can actually follow this video, and there are slides. This is for non-experts, so which means that if you want to simply use TensorFlow for mobile development or app development, this is a wonderful resource. The next thing is the code labs. Google has wonderful code labs. So the code labs are basically sessions where it will tell you how the step-by-step movement from one thing, like which is the variable definition, what is the next thing that you have to do. If you're planning to deploy on Android, there's a code lab for how do you train on a TensorFlow model and deploy it on Android. So how do you plug, use ADB to do the deployment, how do you quantize the model, and things like that. So all of that is available in the code lab sessions. There are close to 6 code labs, and each of these code labs are about 16 minutes long. So you can take the code labs if you're, to start with, try the non-experts first. So it's good to always start with the non-experts, and then once you become an expert, you can move on to the next one. And finally, all the codes for the session is available on my GitHub. So just to make it easier, I've just made a bit.ly link. But otherwise, I can share the GitHub repository also. Yeah, so I think that's more or less it. So if you have any questions, any comments, yeah. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes.
So for the clustering in text classification,
Yes.
how do you actually get this?
Okay, so just like I said, so these embeddings are, so you have to still do the labeling. In this case, this is unsupervised, which means that you get the embedding and then you simply put it on TensorBoard and then you let TensorBoard do the job for you. This is doing something called k-nearest neighbors or a nearest neighbor search. It's figuring out all the, it's stochastically doing a job where basically all the vectors that are close to one another are clustered. And that's the reason why if you keep running it, you'll see that the clusters keep moving from and up and down and things like that. That's actually good to see. You can see that the clusters keep moving here and there. The reason for this is it's unsupervised. It does not know how to do the cluster. It does not know how the vectors are spaced in the model, and so this is actually doing a different thing. But when you're talking about sentiment analysis will come into labeling. So you need a label. So effectively, I'm talking about the 20 news groups. The 20 news groups data actually has text from 20 different articles, so 20 different types of news articles, and then it has different. So you need to do or sentiment analysis in the case of positive, negative reviews. There you need to still label the data. There's an IMDb data set which takes reviews from Amazon, or sorry, IMDb, and it's actually giving you a score whether it's positive or negative. And there's also an Amazon data set for the same case. So it takes user reviews for products, and there are multiple sets of products. So it's like electronics, computers, and things like that, technology, and it rates on a scale from 1 to 5. So all these texts are basically labeled from 1 to 5. So you take a line of text, it will be, if it is 0, then it's 1, it's basically probably negative, and 3 would be neutral, and 5 would be positive. So that's how you grade it. While on the IMDb data set, it's going to say 0 for negative, or -1 for negative, and 1 for positive, say, for example. Generally, you'll say 0 or 1. So that's how it's trained. So there's always there's a different two class or n class classification here. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
For the moving average, then how do you define that it is belong to like very near the vectors are near to each other?
For which one?
For the moving vectors.
Okay, so this one, so in this case, right? So you're talking about the what Disney is doing. What Disney is doing is it's actually doing it's an approximation. So if you talk about approximations, what it's saying is that okay, I have vectors. So when you take a cosine distance or say Euclidean distance between vectors, it's going to give a number, right? So effectively, what Disney is doing is it's taking a batch of vectors and then it's computing, because it can. Say suppose I have 100,000 vectors here. I cannot do the compute for every vector with 999,000 vectors, right? So what it does is it basically takes an approximation of all these vectors and then it computes the distance between my current vector and all the other vectors. And that's how it's actually coming up with all these clusters. And if you see after some time, these clusters will kind of move away from one another. And then if you see the clusters, it's actually beautiful in the sense that diseases will actually move away and another side would be money. And another side would be time, and another side would be locations, and you'll see that it's actually very, very interesting how it actually does all this. So because the embeddings are actually trained on, it's pre-trained and it's called something like GLOB. So GLOB or word-to-vec are basically shallow network models. Word-to-vec is by Google. GLOB is not a Google model. So Google word-to-vec is not, sorry, GLOB is not neural network. Word-to-vec is a neural network, it's a very small neural network. These embeddings are actually derived from all these neural networks, and then these vectors are basically from that. So that's how it actually does that. So it does an approximation of the vector distance, and then it computes the clusters. It actually figures out if this vector has to be put into a cluster or not. That's why it's constantly moving on, and then it kind of changes after some time, and then it goes, oh, okay, this guy is not here, and then it moves away. That's what it's doing here.
Another question.
Yes.
In the beginning of the slide, right, you mentioned about something like optimizer. What does the optimizer?
Okay, so the optimizer is saying, okay, the optimizer here is talking about, okay, let me show what is this here. Okay, here, in this example, so you have RMS prop here. So there is an SGD. So these are all different ways. So now, so stochastic gradient descent is one way. So let me give you an example. So I have, say the network is, say I have 10 classes, of classifying, say, text into one of these classes. Now the network produces a prediction. It does a prediction at, say, an iteration, and then it's going to say that okay, this text or this input is going to belong to one of these classes. The error that the neural network makes in predicting it to that class is what is going to be back propagated, right? So the way in which you actually do that, so the way in which you actually get that result, and then you compute the next, how do you compute the weights? It's going to actually say how you do that. So that's where you have RMS prop coming in, you have say Adam optimizer coming in, you have stochastic gradient coming in. So they have different optimizers which are actually suited for different tasks. In general, Adam is good. So once you get into deep learning or like machine learning, once you get into these sort of things, you will understand exactly when to use what. But in general, Adam kind of incorporates all very nice things into a beautiful optimizer model. So that's. Did I answer your question? So it's basically saying how to back propagate the errors into the weights. Yeah. Okay. If there are no more questions, thank you very much.
how I think GDP had a hidden agenda for me to actually talk on sexual harassment for only 15 minutes. Very challenging for me, because usually when we go into sexual harassment, it will be about an hour or an hour and a half. So cutting that down to 15 minutes, I try. Okay, I know some of you have done that before. I see familiar faces. Just take it as a refresher, or if you have any questions that you want to ask, you can. You know, when I think somewhere in April that you kind of not really get. So it's always open for questions and answer. Later on, because I only have 15 minutes, right? So what is actually sexual harassment? Basically, it is an unwanted conduct of sexual nature or other conduct based on sex that affecting the dignity of a woman or man at work. Sexual harassment can be both for men and women. And it's not only a women's problem, like majority of the medias are saying. If I talk too fast, please put up your hand and say, slow down, because it's like you're trying to catch a plane. So this is basically it. It is unwanted, unwelcome, and offensive to the person who is receiving whatever the conduct is. Okay? A lot of people kind of say, why do we call it a gray area? People can't really define between what is sexual harassment and what is flirting or mengorat in Malay say lah. So if it's unwanted, if it's unwelcome, whether your intention is to mengorat or not, it can be considered as sexual harassment. Yeah, especially when your conduct has a sexual nature. Of course, you don't go. Sometimes it says, sometimes the action that you do. Yeah. Please do note that sexual harassment is actually an abuse of power. Why do they do? Because they believe they have power over the victim. So, form of sexual harassment, basically everybody knows there's physical form, where people touch. I just say touch 2 times, kind of. Caffeine, not enough in my system. And also non-physical, you have verbal, non-verbal, and visual. The non-physical one has become very rampant, especially with all this technology going on. Yeah? So, these are the types of the physical conduct. I'm just going to go through very fast. You can actually find this in our WCC website. We have like a whole thing written up, so if you want to know a bit more. So, can there basically be violence in the virtual world? There is. These are the types of cyber harassment that is there at the moment. So you have like hate speech, sexual or pornographic content. This is always a very interesting question. How many of you know whether pornographic materials are legal or illegal in Malaysia? How many of you say legal? Put up your hand. You say legal. 1 person. Who says illegal? Put up your hand.
Wait, I said illegal.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Illegal? Put up your hands. Alright. Legal? Put up your hand. The others? You have no idea. Or you're afraid. It's okay. People will watch it at one point in their life. But do know that it is actually illegal in Malaysia. Under the Communication Act, if you're found to have possessive of any sexual explicit materials, you can be fined or jailed. Yeah? So, unfortunately, it is illegal. Or fortunately. It begs to differ, because some people say that, it is unfortunate that we don't have freedom of expression and freedom of speech. I don't know how pornography is actually freedom of speech, but I think it's a form of expression to some people. But then also, you should also look at the pros and cons of it lah. Okay, everybody's an adult, but I know there's one child there. If you feel uncomfortable at any point, just put up your hand, yeah? Okay, so I know a lot of you, any gamers here, know what flaming is. Impersonation, people stole your identity and practically say that they are you but not really you. Outing and trickery and cyber stalking. Cyber stalking at the moment in Malaysia, we're trying to make it a law because cyber stalking happens a lot with domestic violence victims. When a victim of domestic violence tries to get out of a violent environment, the husband then stalks them online. So we're trying to make it a law where cyber stalking is actually illegal. Okay? So, harasser and victims, practically superior against subordinate, very simple. And then there's also among colleague, there's also subordinate against superior, and there's the concept of vendor and client. Basically, Women's Center for Change, where I work, we deal a lot with sexual harassment cases, especially when it happens with vendor and clients. We have about 3 cases where it involves health practitioner and their patients. Checking for gastric, but decided to rub on the chest. And she was so shocked that she couldn't say, you know, what does my chest has to do with my gastric problem? Then she came and seek for advice, then we go through the whole thing. But, so these are some of the physical effects that can basically happen to the victim. So you have headache, stomach pain, anxiety, stress, and even sleeping disorder. In some cases, we even have miscarriage. These are the psychological effects that happen. They are highly traumatized if it continues. Because sexual harassment does not happen only one time, it is also a repetitive action that can happen to the victim. So job-related effects, we have seen that most of the time when sexual harassment happens, the victims are required to leave rather than the harasser. Because, I will tell you later. One of the reasons why they don't report, practically they're embarrassed, they are fear of public consequences. No women like to know, or no men like to know, that they are either being violated in any way. How many of you would actually come up and say, oh, you know, I have practically been violated by so and so at this time, very confidently? Alright, 1%, but majority of you would not. Yeah? Subject to ridicule, economic vulnerability. Practically, you will lose your job, especially if the harasser is your boss or your supervisor. Absence of complaint procedure. Why do we say this? Basically, there's no sexual harassment law in Malaysia. That's sad. We have been pushing forward for the Sexual Harassment Act since 12 years ago, but the Parliament hasn't been taking it up yet. Yeah? Why? We don't know. Lack of confidence in redress of mechanism and basically fear of retaliation. So we don't have a specific law on sexual harassment. We don't have a standalone law where it says Sexual Harassment Act, but we have this. Yeah? So it goes under the Penal Code, which, how many of you have slightly law background or even understand what Penal Code is? No. So Penal Code is practically a whole book where you have all the punishment, yeah, in Malaysia. So it is lumped together in one book that is read. So when it says section 509, that's basically a section in the Penal Code that says, word or gesture intended to insult the modesty of a woman, intruding upon a woman's privacy. Why we're saying that this law doesn't really, it's not really effective? What if it happens to men? Yeah? So then men are not covered. Okay, so section 534 saying the assault or use of criminal force to a person with intent to outrage modesty. So it doesn't say sexual harassment here, it says outrage of modesty. But usually when lawyers read outrage of modesty, it is always referred to women. But they never think about how then men can become a victim of outrage of modesty as well. So using criminal force, sometimes punishment of using grave force, otherwise than grave provocation. A very fancy word and flourishing word sometimes when we read 3-4 times, so we don't understand what it was saying. And also basically outrage of decency. So these are the kind of things that can fall into place. What does the policy do is that usually, if you are being sexually harassed in the office, ask your HR person, there's a HR person, you have to go, you know who your HR person is, kan? Human rights? Sorry, not human rights, human resources, sorry. I'm on an activist mode. So human resources, know your human resources person, and if sexual harassment were to happen to you, first talk to someone that you trust, okay? Then if you have the confidence, talk to your HR. Ask your company, ask your HR, if there is actually a policy that your HR knows about sexual harassment. Usually they will do a disciplinary inquiry or an internal inquiry to actually solve the issue. But basically most of the time and how we look at it is that because people want to save face, Asian, everything is a save face. So most of the time they will either request the victim to leave or get the harasser to apologize, and that's it. So that's the difficulty. And also the difficulty in reporting it to the police is basically you don't really have a concrete evidence, because how do you then have evidence of people literally touching your bum from time to time? Takkan you nak record kan? Right? So evidence is a bit difficult when it comes to sexual harassment, unless it is cyber related. Because with cyber related, you know, once you post online, it is forever there. No matter how much you try to delete, it is always there. So that's why when we go to teenagers, we teach them about whatever you post up, you have to be careful, because practically once it's up, nobody can take it down. It can, but it will still be there, yeah? So what can you do? So this is not only for the victim, yeah? If you know someone that is being sexually harassed, if you're a bystander, this is really important, okay? Speak up. Tell the harasser to stop. Because majority of the time, the victim will be so traumatized and afraid to even do anything. You as a bystander, in the LRT, in the bus, in your office space, this is what you can do. Because do know that when you stand up and speak up for that victim, it gives them a sense of confidence that somebody is actually helping them when they think nobody can help them, yeah? So if you know, record the details of the incident, when, where or how, because basically this is what the police will ask. When? What's the time? What's the date? Do you know how many meters? Where? And all that. So of course you don't have to write it in detail, but what you can do is that try to write it down as much as possible when it happens. Immediately tell someone. Lodge a complaint to your superior. This is going to be difficult. If the harasser is your superior, please don't lodge a complaint to the superior. Go to the superior above. Yeah? And then inform your union. How many of you actually have a union? Union is very important, yeah, because they fight for the rights of the worker. That's why the union is there. Nobody knows? I know banks have union. Yeah? Factory workers have union. Coders have a union. Maybe you guys can start, you know, at one point. So lastly, this is what you can do, yeah, to help. So you can actually lodge a complaint to the Labour Department if it's work related. It will go under the Labour Court most of the time. You can lodge to MCMC. I bet all coders know, right? Malaysian Communication and Multimedia Communication. They're practically your best friends. They are the government body that handles anything has to do with cyber or technologies, yeah? You can also write to the Malaysian Computer Emergency Response Team, which is cyber security. And if you need any help, it's private and confidential, you can always call our office, but our base is in Penang. So they literally like put in red, your time is up, so you have to. Yeah, there was. So that's it, 15 minutes, I managed. In a weird way, I know that some of you cannot really get it, but I'm here until slightly in the evening, so if you have any question or you want to ask anything, I'm always available to help you guys out. But if you guys want to know a bit more detail, can always go to wccpenang.com, where we have a very comprehensive details about how to deal with sexual harassment and what it is actually about, yeah? Alright, thank you.
Okay, so we're having a morning break right now, so it's makan. Two things you need to know. First, toilet. Please, for toilet, please go out using this door and turn right.
That was a piece of the Salasin.10 podcasterium. It is hoped that you have enjoyed it. If you have any issues, please feel free to leave a comment through any of the channels. That was a piece of the Salasin.10 podcasterium. It is hoped that you have enjoyed it. If you have any issues, please feel free to leave a comment through any of the channels.